The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Well, you're not available to me. You could go help the other man in your life.
Lummy,
Yes, sir.
don't listen to that asshole.
Okay.
I'm telling you to go help your pops, okay?
Sticks.
We
Wow. Rustle me up with some sticks in my backyard.
Brian.
I got 8 boxes of backpacks that need to be lugged upstairs.
But you take care of those twigs, Lummy.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, a little rusty today, to the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Friday, August 9, 2024. I got to talk to Macho Man. Macho Man, are you there? I need to talk to you on the air. Me and you. Pay attention. Hello, you there?
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20. Dr. Dan dollars. Here to us.
Macho Man, you're an intimidating dude, first of all. I'm not intimidated by you. Not that you couldn't kick my ass, but I just don't think. I just don't think you have it in your brain to be that mad at me in order to just really kick my ass. But listen, you're an intimidating dude, and you've walked right in here and walked right up to me and start just cutting a promo about Brian. What Brian did yesterday, and I'm like, whoa, back it up, buddy. This is too much too soon. You got to ease me into your rage like that, okay? I can't this can't be the first thing out of your mouth. You got to, because you're an intimidating person, and I think it would be more effective if you did that to Brian.
Well, I might actually get physical with Brian. So
I'm just saying. Oh yeah, let's see it.
What did he do?
But that's a problem right here. See something, say something. So, but you don't always have to say it to me. Like, in fact, maybe you do, and I'll give you my blessing to go to him. So I would like for you to make contact with him and let him know your beef.
Well, the purpose of this morning was just to let you know that maybe we should rethink about when somebody throws a dumb idea out there like that we talk about it during a break.
Hey, Macho Man.
Macho
Man?
Yeah.
That's 92% of our show.
Jake Tolino, $50.
Somebody throwing a dumb idea out there and us getting squirreled a rabbit hole.
Okay, a really, really, really dumb idea.
Is he talking about the cabana?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Babyface's idea?
Yes. And Babyface made some comments that were just a little out of line. So
yeah, he brought it up. And then I ended up getting just a ton of heat from it. Even the council gave me heat on it.
yeah, I had a couple people text me last night that are royalty.
Yeah, and I think it's like I 100% apologize. Please know that my little, conniving brain did not come up with that idea. Like, that wasn't something I came up with. It was presented to me, and I ran with it. But let me, at the end of the day, that's what you do. Is somebody gives you an idea, you run with it, you go, you talk about it, you plan it out, then you think about it again, then you get some input from people that you value their input, and then you decide to do it or not. And we decided to not do it.
Exactly.
So I think it's exactly like the way stuff's supposed to work. Except Brian brings it up, and then he starts being a smartass about it, doing Bubba like, I almost don't think that Brian could even do a show if he couldn't impersonate me.
And without Google.
Well, no, he can have Google.
But I'm saying he couldn't do a show without impersonating you and Google.
No, but he can have Google. So he can, please.
So
he'd be completely lost.
So Mach is upset that we basically did 2 hours on it yesterday.
Well, but the other comments too. There's a couple of different comments.
I was trying to kill it nicely on the air without being like big negative Nancy about it.
Yeah.
And then he threw out the comment that I don't want to repeat about the pyro. And I was just trying to say we don't have, it was a money pit. We don't have the space for it. It's going to cause problems logistically, blah, blah, blah. And he threw out the comment. And then I saw Bubba got really upset, so I just shut up.
No, well, what he did pissed me off when he brought up he goes to some areas that I just think you should shut up on, like the Blitz stuff.
We want to move forward from all that.
I don't want to bring up that. I don't want that. I don't want to talk about. I don't want that name brought up on the air. And then his other snide comment when we were talking about best podcasting, and he mentioned the one podcast that I don't care for and don't even want to promote or even act like they have a pod. And he brings that like he just doesn't. I think I need to sit him down and say, here are some areas that I just don't ever want you to go. Even in your stupid, schmarmy, cheap heat that you think you bring, there's some things that are out of bounds.
You know who doesn't do that?
Who?
Our hero,
Dr. Dan Diaco.
Dr. Dan Diaco.
You told me a long time ago, Bubba, there's certain things that you don't find funny and you find annoying.
Right.
And I listened to that. And you know that I never, ever, ever bust on you about 4 different topics. And I wouldn't have to bring them up to highlight them, but you know what they are and I know what they are, and I just stay away from that. I try my best, and sometimes it's at the expense of other people, so I apologize for that, but I don't go after you because you're the king.
Dan has a different dynamic with me than Brian does. Dan is my friend outside of work. So is Brian.
You could talk to him.
So is Brian, and I have. There's been times, Lummy, where I needed some Brian insight, and I drove right over to his office and went right upstairs and met with him.
Nice.
He's in the Tom Bean building with Regina.
And he's coachable.
Oh, he's he's got a great legal mind too. He really does. But he gets he gets on the show. Boy, when he worked for your brothers, man.
He was a go-getter, man. He's a smart guy. I have nothing but respect for him.
When he worked for your brothers, he probably might have been. Now, you had the partners, and then was he the next level down, like a junior attorney? Like, how did?
Yeah, well, there were some guys that were ahead of him because he was like, when they started, there were other people that were already there as attorneys, and he was like, still going through law school. Stephen helped get him into and helped him fund law school.
Right, I understand. But what I'm saying is,
seems like a little pet project.
So, like, when he came on, though, like during my case, he was very significant in my case.
Oh, he was very effective too.
And so, like, was he like a junior attorney? Was he like, what was it? What would be the title? He was an attorney, but he wasn't a partner. So what's that? What level is he?
An associate.
Okay, an associate. Yeah.
It's hot in here.
It is.
Oh God, I'm sweating
Well,
bullets.
Seth, are you hot?
I'm average right now.
So amongst junior attorneys, he probably was one of the best you had.
Oh yeah,
as far as Adam
one of the
Diaco.
smartest too.
Yeah. So anyway, I have a different dynamic with Brian. And Brian's shtick is to kind of be a ball buster, but like he's got to have I gotta put a little filter on him because it starts pissing me off.
Yeah, just a couple boundaries,
And Macho Man, thank you for recognizing a topic that went 2 hours too long, and letting me know about it today. We need to maybe perhaps. No, see, I don't want to do some type of Iggy where somebody thinks that we're going, because then I'm letting you program the program, and probably more often than not it's something that I want to continue to talk about, and you're pissing me off thinking that you know more than me. So I think that's also a recipe for disaster. I think we do it like this, and that is after the fact when something's gone too long or it was inappropriate or whatever. The listeners took a shiz on it. The royalty hated it. The inner circle hated it. The council hated it. Lummy, I think that we talk about it the next day and learn from it rather than as we're executing it, you just cut me off because that's going to piss me off. Like if you went, Bubba, banana shmama, like, we had some kind of word. I'd be like, Lummy, don't you dare. I still got some more ideas on this topic, Lummy. Shut up.
So even if it's bad, keep it to ourselves until the next day?
No, well, I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. But don't be like, just think that everything's bad because you don't necessarily agree with it. Try to take an overall,
open mind
view 30,000 feet above and say, okay, what's...
Well, I think Macho Man handled it the right way. I agree with him, but there was no reason to say anything. It was done.
Here's the deal. That's what makes our show brilliant, is we talk about dumb stuff and then figure out it was dumb and shoot it right down to zero. See, Lummy, it really would only be a problem had we locked it in and said, yeah, we're going to sell, 8 cabanas for $7.50 with bottle service and all this kind of nonsense. Now, that would be a problem if that was what we ended up doing. But instead, we waded through it. It whether it was good radio or not, it was certainly compelling radio. I mean, it was certainly it was polarizing radio.
Why did it upset Macho so much?
Because he thought it was horrible radio.
Oh.
And or horrible content. I got to stop using the word radio because I swear to God I'm out of here soon. I hope.
So he wanted to do cabanas and have Macho serve people champagne?
Dan, because you did.
He's going to take us down the road again.
Dan,
Yes.
Shut up.
Okay.
Hey, Bubba, I sent you.
Dan, I say that affectionately.
Okay, I'm done that. I understand. You didn't want to talk about
I don't want to re-wade through it and talk about what pissed and talk
surgery.
about the topic that Macho might be running through here like the Kool-Aid man.
Here's a GIF that's going around the internet now.
Oh, is this?
Oh, did Tampa Terry do this?
Yeah.
So is this a meme or
It's a GIF. Yeah, you can put it on your GIF.
You search Dr. Dan on the Twitter GIFs and it's going to pop up?
It's right.
And there's no volume to it, right?
No.
There's no volume to it. Look at that.
You just post it.
Back in the day.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think you cut out Winona and the creepy old dude, and you just make it that
Just
right
make
there.
it Dr. Dan just looking at you?
Yeah, and then it just that's what it
fades
is.
away.
Right
So
here.
when you post it, it's pretty much, hey, I'm
and
looking
then
at you.
when it fades
Are you
away,
a GIF expert, Bubba?
No, I'm not. But you ruin it. I don't want. Listen, if I'm a Dr. Dan fan, I want Dr. Dan on there. I don't want,
No, GIFs are reactionary, though, Bubba. You post it in a reply to something. So, I mean.
What's it replying?
It's
It's almost like, hey, I'm looking at you, beautiful.
If I leave this to a girl, it's like, hey, I'm really eyeballing you. Let's
Yeah,
bang.
but then her dad comes in at the end and creeps it up, says you can't have her.
No, he's giving the okay.
Hold
like,
on.
Seconds.
I like you. Hold on. I like you. I like you back. Don't you even think about it, you little punk. Right? I mean, boom.
Yeah, why is it like a three-way thing?
Yeah, what does
like all three of us are gonna
what's
hook up.
this guy have to do with it? What's this guy? This guy's like, don't you think about it, you slick Italian, you. Getting up on my ginger daughter.
You got to appreciate, though, Tampa Terry taking the time to make a GIF.
Oh, no. I don't want anybody to think that I don't appreciate Tampa Terry's effort. No, thank you so much, Terry. I was just thinking about,
Yeah, you're all about trimming.
Yeah, I'm all about trimming from 4 seconds to 3.2.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Dan, you need to send this to your wife this morning. Would she throw her phone out the window after she saw it?
Probably.
Do you think that your wife is mad, Dan, because you're popular?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're a hero.
No.
Do you think your wife's mad that when she's doing laundry, she has to wash a T-shirt that has you holding up a planet, looking like you? Like that you're the absolute man, draped in gold, dripped in gold.
The T-shirt annoys her. Yes, it does.
It
but
does?
Fortunately, you dry clean it. So
What does what does
I like those little fuzzies.
what does she do when your T-shirt comes up in dirty laundry?
Anything having to do with the show, she just literally puts her head down and huffs.
Here's what I just and again I know and I know and
I'm not exaggerating.
and I know that we've talked about this so many times.
You got to have a forced intervention, Bubba.
But here's the thing. Here's what I cannot wrap my head around. Is that why does she hate me?
She doesn't hate you. She just hates me. Exactly.
So am I guilty by association?
Exactly.
All right. Well, does she hate Jennifer, your office manager?
No.
Okay. Well, see, why can't I be that?
Well,
I'm the office manager here at the BRN.
Ashley's talked to her. Ashley's friendly with her.
Right.
717 JLR, $20.
So what kind of intel is Ashley getting?
Oh,
back?
she always pretty much Dr. Dan gets a big head.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
she says that. That's what she says.
Yeah, Dan. I think.
Well,
it's,
you're very cocky.
Dan, it's
That's
it's the way you act at home because of this radio show. She blames your arrogant and swagger and cocky on not the fact that you're driving, a $600,000 car, not the fact that you live in a $6 million mansion, not the fact that you'd like to buy a carbon fiber helicopter if you could, not to mention just the overall drip that you roll with. But she blames all of that on the radio show, and she didn't realize that if you never worked another day here on the air, you're still going to have all that air. You're still going to have all that drip.
I think she gets upset with my fatigue. Like if I'm tired, every time I say I'm tired, she goes, well, that's what because you did the radio, because you get up early. And if I want to go to bed, it's like, because you got a radio tomorrow.
Well, that's why I was saying cockiness, because she's like, he can't give it up because you like that, like that spotlight on you.
He likes that drip. You like to swag.
Would you remove Dan from the show permanently just so you could better his relationship, Bubba?
No, I might. I might.
All in the name of love.
But you know what? I'd go crazy if I didn't have this.
But
this outlet.
I might back Dan down a day to help his family life, maybe, or his office life. That might help it a little bit. But I think at that point, Dan might actually then resent those people that came to me and talked to me about that, and just be an absolute, like, if you think he's impossible now, wait till he finds out the person that got into my ear and asked to back him down a day. Wait till he finds out who did that.
Oh my.
Well, exactly.
Am I
They're
right?
dead. Exactly, they're dead. But literally, for my psyche, this does help because yelling at the television is not really effective, but being able to vent on air is much more effective.
And granted, you nail it. You are a
Dan yelling at the TV could be some good content, though.
That's why I went to law school, dude. I was tired of yelling at it.
By the way, Brett Favre on today at 9 sharp.
Yes.
I'm gonna break for break 6 at about 52, 50. You know what I'm saying? So that we're out by like 57. 9:57, so that we have maybe even a little bit earlier, so we can have Brett all ready to go. I know he's got a 9 o'clock hard start and a 9:40 hard out.
Yes.
So talking about Brett Favre's new movie, Concussed. Is it Concussion or Concussed?
Concuss the American Dream.
All right, let me slow down.
Sorry. I'm just excited, man. Talking to him yesterday or last night.
I mean, Lummy,
he's excited to come on.
How is it for you?
That's a good score, Lummy.
Lummy, how is it for you? Or Rhett or Seth or just a true NFL fan that knows the players and knows the league and knows the history and has a favorite team, and even if you're not a Packer fan, you're talking to arguably one of the top 10
Hall of Famers.
I mean, you're talking to Brett, Gunslinging Favre. I'd be like a little bitch.
I was going back and forth with him last night when I was at Bowen, and I think a couple guys were getting annoyed with me. But
you're like,
as
bitch,
a Bucs fan, I'm watching Brett Favre. I mean, it's like, wow.
Listen, I know I just missed my spare, but I got Brett Favre on text.
Yeah, like, come on, guys. Like, yeah, let me
Wait, you're
talk to
telling
him.
me Sweet Lips Lou was pissed because you were texting Brett Favre?
He wasn't there. No. It was because I was sitting there on my phone, going back and forth, but also looking up some research while but I'm talking about it. Like, man, I got Brett Favre right now. Like, even though it's a thing, we've talked to him many times. He is a legend. I mean, listen, Bubba, as a Bucs fan, the only games that we could really watch were the Packer games because otherwise they were not on TV
because they didn't sell out.
Correct.
Because the Packers
and
were,
Brett Favre would kill us.
But the Bears usually sold out, didn't they?
The Bears, occasionally, but it was one of those things where.
But the Lion fans, they didn't come.
Not really.
But so you know.
But I saw Brett Favre all the time, and he was always on Fox because the Bucs game was on the radio, but it was the Packers always on Fox back in the day with John Madden. So watching Brett Favre was wow.
You wouldn't get for the 1:00 game if you lived in Tampa, Florida, they got a 70-mile blackout.
Yes.
So the bottom line is they give you a game. It's just not your home game.
And most of the time was
the Packers
and the Cowboys. Like one of those things,
right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they wouldn't even have the early game. They just give you the late game, and you'd have to watch now. You could watch Miami. You could usually watch the Dolphins.
On CBS though, it was garbage.
All right.
But being able to go back and forth, and I'm sitting there like I'm talking to a Hall of Famer, one of the best quarterbacks ever, and we're going back and forth. He's just being a normal guy. He really, really likes you, Bubba. He likes the show. He apologized for only being able to go 40 minutes. Like, he's a cool dude. He understands that we have his back. We, everything that's been going on, we always supported him.
Did I show him that pin drawing?
Yes,
I did show it to him.
Yeah, you showed him that. You were talking about even sending it, and then you showed him the Reggie White pants.
Oh, I did?
Yes. You asked what he should do with it. He kind of was like, "Oh, I don't know. Send it to him."
I don't know what I'd do.
Send it to his kids.
Send it to his kids.
But he likes, like how you're just a regular guy. I mean, he likes riding his, his tractor outside, doing different things like that. He's just a regular dude.
It's like he's trying to set you guys up on a date.
I got some great.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I got some great questions for him. You got a couple questions for him. I don't know if Rhett's got some, but he's more than welcome to participate. Everybody can participate. I think Dan, you got to be out of here by then. I think you got a hard out today at 9, don't you?
No, I'll stay till like 9:15, 9:20. I mean, I just he's so interesting. I'd love to just see and hear.
So anyway, Brett Favre today. I did get. We can't talk about it, but there was somebody trying to get a hold of me yesterday, and they emailed the show and they DM'd this particular organization, we'll say, was trying to get a hold of me yesterday, and they got a hold of everybody to try to get to me. I mean, I think we would all agree that, right? I mean, we all know. They were very, and I cannot comment about what they wanted me to, but I did direct them to somebody that could comment about it. And boy, I talked to you guys today about what the end result was, and that's kind of exciting.
You're damn right.
That's it's good. It's good to get some good news tonight. Bubba 199, 8 to 10. Lummy, do you have your roster? Is it pretty much just the same old as far as guests?
Yeah, and Big Red's gonna be cooking hot dogs.
I told Big Red, I love you to death. You're the best ever. But just, man, when he goes really all out, Lummy, and he does like the mushrooms and the onions and the baked potatoes and the macaroni and cheese and the hamburgers and the T-bones and the hot dogs and the bratwurst and the pork and the pork chops and the chicken breasts. I mean, I got to think honestly. I got to think that honestly, he spends probably $300-400 of his own money to feed us all. And I just feel horrible about that. So I told him, I said, "Hey, Red, I got so many Seths, Red, and Rets." Anyway, I said, "Hey, Big Red, let's make it simple. Hot dogs and maybe some macaroni and cheese. And then I want you to let me know how much you spent on, food so I can pay you back. And that way it's simpler. It's some food, some grab and go food, Lummy, that we can enjoy. But it's not just like he literally cooks a feast and then the cleanup. Like sometimes he's here till like 12.
What?
Clean? Yeah.
I know. He's hardcore, man. He's the hardest worker I've ever seen.
We all leave because Bubba 199 is like, we usually hang 10, 15 minutes and we're out of here. Who do you think? Big Red, cleans up all of his cooking mess, bags it all, trash bags it all, wipes everything down. I mean, God, the guy's the best. So anyway, Lummy, please tell him to give me a number as to what he spent for food.
I and you probably never hear from him. So, but
I don't think she'll be able to make it tonight, but I do think it's important we show some love to Susan Poitras this week.
Yeah,
yesterday was her birthday, but she is having a week from hell.
Yeah, she's not coming.
I know
She got
she-
hit by
I
like an
know-
18-wheeler.
Unfortunately, she had
she lost her brother.
Yeah, she lost her brother, had to bury her brother this week, and then she was driving back to Florida yesterday. She was about 20 miles into Florida from Georgia, and her car got hit by an 18-wheeler.
First of all, is she okay?
Yeah, she's okay. She walked away,
She
but the car is...
She should have called Dan immediately.
The car is toast.
Well, she's a lawyer too, I think, right?
Oh, she's a lawyer too. That's right. You're right. Or she works for a firm. I think she's a paralegal. I think. Maybe, and if she is a lawyer and I called her a paralegal, please, Susan, accept my apology. Because Dan, if somebody calls you a paralegal and you're a full-blown lawyer, I mean, it's kind of like calling you a jobber, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like calling me a nurse.
But at the end of the day, though, aren't the paralegals the one that really, 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 really do a lot of the heavy lifting?
They do. They know a lot, but it depends on the firm. You know, some firms really rely and put that weight on the paralegals, but some firms, the lawyers just do it all. So it kind of depends. We have paralegals, but still, you still do it yourself.
Well,
they get the busy work part done.
No, you guys get the sexy part done. They get the grind done.
Right.
The filings and all the, just the stuff that sucks and takes a lot of time and a lot of, that's what they do.
Like if you sue someone, you have to sue the correct person, the entity, and they'll research who that is, and
right.
Figure out who the company is that holds the company that the person worked in.
I sent you her pictures from her accident.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Is she okay?
She's okay. I was texting her yesterday.
Damn it, Susan. I am so sorry. And that comes right on the heels of just having lost her brother. And I think that was sort of unexpected, too. I think he was young.
And on her birthday, too.
An update from, happy birthday. My God, I question as to whether she's not hurt or not.
She's got to be hurt a little bit. She'll hurt more tomorrow.
An update to my trip from hell. I was about 20 miles into Florida from Georgia when I was hit by an 18-wheeler. This is just too much already. Susan, the only thing I pray is that it's a big corporate trucking firm and not, Jimmy's Trucking from Dunedin. You know what I'm saying?
No, they have commercial trucks have good insurance.
They have to have good insurance?
Yeah, it's part of the deal.
So it looks like...
Did she flip?
I don't know.
Her back window is...
Yeah, I mean, that car is done. It looks like she got hit from every which way.
It looks like
it rolled up on her.
And the way a car looks like it gets hit by every which way, Rhett, is usually because it rolls. Because usually the truck doesn't hit you. Like it looks like maybe the impact might have been on the right front fender.
And then maybe it spun.
And then maybe it spun.
Hit a wall, spun again, hit a wall.
Yep. I think so. Maybe, yep. And then
I'm just glad she's okay because those pictures definitely make it look awful.
Oh my God,
that's awful.
So if you look at just the pictures we see, this is smashed in and has major damage. This was smashed in and has major damage. The back window's gone. All windows on the right side are gone.
Suspension shot on the front right.
And then if you look at the rear, it looks like it was smashed in the bumper.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the left, the driver's side left front, it looks like it took an impact.
That car's done because it's literally 3/4 of the car are hit. 3/4 of the car are damaged. I mean, it's done.
She is. I hope she lawyers up and starts getting the right care. At least go get checked out. Right? I mean,
definitely. No, you have to preserve your case. You have to because getting checked out does two things. Number one, it makes sure that you haven't missed something really important because sometimes an injury can be invisible and you don't realize you have it until it's scanned.
Seth has an invisible injury that's going to come up next Thursday. Seth plans out his invisible injuries.
And the other problem is that when you have an injury, it documents it.
Oh yeah, right, sure. So I mean, now haven't the auto injury protocol, the PIP or whatever, didn't DeSantos change that to kind of screw the lawyers?
It screws everybody really because
so what change was made?
Well, the PIP is no longer like the primary insurance.
Well, you got to
anymore.
explain what PIP is.
PIP is personal injury protection, and this is one of those things that Jay would probably be able to explain better. But the PIP is a personal injury protection that was required by everybody, and with that, the mechanism was perfect.
So when you got car insurance, you had to have, regardless if you wanted to get with the general and the cheapest they made, everything. If you were in Florida, it was mandatory that you have what they call PIP.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
And what that meant in the real world was that if you were responsible and had insurance, and you hit someone that didn't have insurance, you were covered. You were covered. That,
so that
first
was
10 grand
that
was
kind of
covered.
like uninsured, insured, like uninsured motorist insurance, kind of like.
Right. Plus, the first $10,000, no one fought over. You got that $10,000 without having to beg for it, without having to prove it in a case, without having to submit bills. Now they're shifting to a template where you get paid on the backside after the bills are submitted, so it delays everything, and it doesn't give you that protection.
Well,
because
doesn't
if
it
you
also
don't have
make it? Doesn't it also make it that you don't have? I think they made it so that you don't have to have it.
You don't have to have it, and if you don't have it and you hit someone that's uninsured, then you got nothing. Nothing. You have liability. You say, I have full coverage. What you have is liability if you hurt the other person.
But hold
you don't
on.
have coverage for yourself.
Isn't it illegal isn't it illegal to drive around with no car insurance?
Yeah, but about 15 to 20% of Floridians don't have car insurance.
So what's the penalty if you don't have car insurance?
I mean, your license gets suspended, and it's not.
And then when you try to get insurance, you're on the SR22 plan or something like that, and it's right, and it's like astronomical or something like that.
It can be, and then but once you have insurance, and you'll get the most cheap insurance possible, they'll reinstate your license. And then you still, it sucks. And so if there's a catastrophic accident, see, I feel that if you're a responsible driver in Florida, not only should you have what they call full coverage, which is bare coverage, is you should have uninsured motorists, because there is a good chance that someone is going to hit your car that doesn't have insurance. And if you don't have uninsured motorists, then you are screwed.
But here's what sucks. I have to go to words. Because I got in a little bit of a wreck, a couple years ago when Merch Crick and I were rear-ended in her dually on I-75. Your firm handled it, and the woman that hit me didn't have any insurance, and so my insurance covered it, but then it makes your insurance rates go up.
It could.
It does, and so it's like because they have like this massive database. If you've ever been in any little fender bender or anything, it'll come up as you're shopping insurance. And so here I am, I got hit from the rear, the woman hit us, FHP came, gave her a ticket,
but you made a claim,
gave her a ticket for no insurance. No, she said she had insurance, and
it was junk, right?
No, it was expired and no good. It was a year. She hadn't had it for a. So we go and get checked out to make sure that we're okay, to also document that we've been in a car accident, and then it comes to find out that she has no insurance. So I think it was actually the Merch Cricks, because it was in her truck. Her insurance pays out a little bit, not a lot, a little bit, fix the truck and a little bit of medical, and then her insurance company drops her because she had a claim. So I don't think that having a claim for uninsured motorist insurance should be a strike against you. It shouldn't affect you. It's not your fault. In fact, you are the responsible one to get insurance for this very matter. It shouldn't be a strike against you when shopping insurance or even getting dropped by your insurance company because you got a claim. That shouldn't count as a claim. I don't think. Right? I mean, you're the one that's responsible enough to get it, and so now they're gonna call that a claim. So you're just supposed to just sit there and suck it up if you and pay for the damage out of pocket and whatever medical situations you may have, because in fear of you getting a ding on your insurance tally.
It's really the claim. They penalize you for making a claim, and it's wrong. I agree, Bubba. It's wrong, but it also disincentivizes people from hitting the brakes hard and getting more claims.
Yeah,
because that's the other thing. There's tons of insurance fraud in Florida. In fact, they're convincing some illegal aliens to get unnecessary surgeries and fake injuries.
Oh, I saw that article a while ago, but it's been too old to talk about it. But yeah, these people are rounding up these illegal immigrants and saying, hey, you need to go into the hospital and say that you got a kidney stone or you need an appendectomy but just some fake stuff. And these illegal migrants are, getting in, car accidents and, all types of medical procedures to try to, game the insurance industry. And I mean, this is happening a lot.
Yeah,
this is happening a lot. You get Pedro Lummy that's down there at Home Depot that wants to work. The Venezuelan immigrant who wants to go rake rocks for you all day at $20 an hour. Or you can tell him, hey Pedro, just step out in front of this car, break your leg, make sure it's a Mercedes or something nice. Don't pull out in front of Bubba Clem's smart car.
Yeah, wait for Dan.
Wait for Dan's Lamborghini to come over and just kind of walk out in front of him and then follow and have him break your leg. Just stick your leg out there. He'll run over it. You'll break. I mean, you'll probably get a broken ankle.
Yeah.
But we'll give you $10,000. And
they do it.
I know it.
They do it.
I know
it. The problem in America and probably in most countries is if there's ever an opportunity to get to free money, people are going to take advantage of that opportunity.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it's a shame because, I think that people that do that are scumbags.
Well, we all took free money.
No, I'm talking about free money under false pretense. I'm talking about like fraudulently trying to get free money. It's gross, and it happens every day in America, and we see it at every level. From the
I got 5
Zelensky's
people.
doing it.
I got 5 people every Thursday trying to suck me dry for some free money.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No, I didn't, but that
No,
takes
that wasn't here.
Were you in here?
No, he came at you, Bubba, like he was gonna fucking choke you out.
Show him how he did it. Watch. No, to me. I'm sitting right here, and he goes,
Bubba, I got a problem.
right there. I'm
Really? He
like,
just runs all up like that?
Dude, I respect that, man.
Well, it scared me.
It scared me too.
Hey, he's lucky I didn't get the goddamn revolver out.
Oh, all right.
Revolver.
Easy.
I mean, I'm not going to get the 30.
He's coming late. That's pointing too close at your head, Bubba. There you go. Put it down. There you go.
Have you seen my gun? Have you seen my little personal protection gun, Dan?
What are you using for personal protection?
Here, come here.
Show me.
It's a SIG. It's a SIG.
365?
Hold on.
Is it? Oh, that's a P380? That's a P380. These are good looking. With the rainbow?
Yeah, with the rosewood.
I like it.
And the thing about it is, but it freaks me out because, hold on, check this out. All right, so now there's nothing in this gun. Let me just show you. There's nothing in this gun.
Right.
Okay. So you chamber it. I would chamber it.
And then put the safety up.
Yeah, and so the safety's up.
Right.
But literally, you're only, that far away from.
I know, it's not far away. So another way you can carry the gun that's not as. Is if you do it half cocked with the chambered bullet, but not on safety. Because it's easier to get it back.
No, fuck that. I don't know.
You'd rather just have that.
Yeah.
Just go. Boom.
Because there's nothing in my world. There's nothing in my world that's
gonna grab that.
That's
gun
gonna grab.
No, you don't. No kids. There's no teenagers.
In fact, I always just keep it here.
It's a 380.
Yeah. I mean, what's?
But with good hollow points. Yeah, you need hollow points on 380. Because a 380 without hollow points, you're just going to annoy somebody.
But this is going to stop somebody from. I mean, if somebody.
You put 2 in their chest.
This is all the farther as I'm coming. It's just right here.
That's where guys stand.
And I got how many here? 9, maybe 10.
You probably got 8.
Yeah, just.
The problem is those little guns. I can't hold it. It slips in my hands. I shoot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Try to get a good grip on it. It's a good purchase. You need like a 365 9. You know what I'm talking about? The P365, the SIG 365.
Right here. Okay. This chamber. I'm not just gonna put one in the thing. What is it? A 3 what?
It's called the SIG 365.
I wish I had my 5.7 back. I sold all my guns.
You sold your 5.7 too?
Yeah. When I was,
That was a good gun.
I know.
It was light, 20 rounds. Yeah, that was a good gun.
I had to sell my AUG Steyr too.
Oh, dude, that's probably worth $6,000 now.
Oh, that's what somebody said. It might be worth $8,000.
Yeah.
Because it was
original ones.
It was a right shooter only.
Yep.
Remember they made them where they.
Yeah, because it would be a bolt pop.
Right. It would blow into a left-handed guy.
Yep. They have to have a different bolt and everything. Good morning, Iggy.
And then I had a 1984 pre-band AR-15A2.
Oh wow! See, that was valuable too. Dak of the dog, Uber Lips, fan in Orlando, T-shirt Will, you hoodie.
Lummy, did you get me any? Is there any video footage at all about the basketball game or no? You just can't find any.
Hey, Rube.
I went on ESPN.
Maybe give me the box score.
Okay.
Here, I'll send.
Did you find something, bud?
I saw something yesterday. I'll pull it up.
What up,
Was
Rob
it pulled down?
Goldberg?
Because I saw some too, and then it.
And if not, just give me the box score because I think they put in like 36 in the final period.
Yeah, they were down by it.
Yeah, they were down a lot. I thought they were gonna lose. What's up, 717 JLR, Rob Goldberg, 2469, Snizzo Slizair, Blomo's divorce lawyer, hey Kenny Powers, Rudy from Florida, Bart Hutchison, Wayne Galasso, Rick James.
I was trying to find just like the breakdown of the first quarter to the fourth, because there's highlights
Big E.
of just the U.S. here and there, but it's not really breaking it down.
Black Eye and Cali, Bart Hutchison, and Galasso, Rick James, TC Allen, TNT 1560, Disney Phil, Christopher Stevens, Volkswagen Planet, and Robert Godkin. Good morning. Trying to make a list. Chris Blakey. So I get everybody's names. What's up, Berto Perez? Right from John's Island.
Lemmy, I'm sending you some text.
Hey, Lemmy, did you send me the Aquabedo stuff?
Macho and I were just talking about it. He's gonna have to come in because it's a PDF that we're gonna have to download and show on your computer.
Or can you just email it to me?
Yeah.
If you email it to me, I can pull them up.
Okay.
That might be easier for you, right, bud?
Yes, sir.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
And Macho Man, I really, 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 really like your new positioning statements. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Lummy, I'm finalizing our deal with Mike from the Aquabedo canned water deal. And I got to tell you, man, some like Seth, he likes his core. We know Seth likes his core.
There you go. It's up on your computer.
And so I would not try to steer Seth away from his core water. But the first time that I tried canned water was not Aquabedo. It was
Liquid Death.
It was
Monster.
It was Monsters, because I think Liquid Death is carbonized. I don't know. It was I don't know. It was Monsters version of bottled water.
You don't like the bubbles?
I mean, no, I don't like the bubbles. It was Monsters version of canned water, and I'm like, man, I really kind of like water in a can. I like kind of the aluminy kind of. I don't know.
It adds a flavor. It absolutely changes the flavor.
Like beer in a can is different than beer in a bottle.
Yep.
And so some people prefer one or the other. And so I've always just been Johnny, drink a bottle of water in the Now I think I don't like water that's in plastic bottles. I feel like it's plasticky to me.
And you don't want plastic in your testicles and in your brain and in your soft tissue because, plastics break down and you get them in your body. People that drink a lot of, things out of plastic have more plastic in their body.
So I've known this gentleman named Mike. I've known him for a long time. And Lummy, he gets a hold of me. he's always been like developing. He's always been an entrepreneur.
He's a mover and shaker.
And he is involved with this company called, I don't know if he has ownership in it or he's, I don't know what his capacity is. I know I think the main CEO is a woman. I think maybe he's under her. But they gave me, and they first started out, and I have one of the old cans. And so Mike brings me, and at first it was called Cannabato. And I don't know if they initially maybe wanted to do kind of a cannabis water, which I think that would be pretty strong as long as it would be a subsidiary of Aquabato. Like Aquabato, that's your regular water, just regular water. Now you could get into the Cannabato for those people that are specifically looking for like a weed type of water.
So one of my patients gave me a bottle or a can of like Delta 9 or Delta 8 water.
Right.
I've been afraid to drink it.
Right. Listen,
throw it away immediately.
That Delta 9 and Delta 8 stuff's a whole different league than regular THC, CBD. That's a whole different league, and it's kind of the Wild West because you don't know what you're getting. You really don't.
That's the whole point. I have no idea what's really in it.
Whereas like Seth, when he goes and gets his pods or whatever the hell he gets from the dispensary, he knows what he's getting. He knows the volumes of what it consists of, and you might even maybe develop some brand loyalty, Seth, where you like a certain strain better than others.
Yeah, I only go to one place. A lot of people go to where the best deals are, but I can only go to one place to get mine.
Listen, it's just like some people only go to Publix. You become brand loyal because you like it. So anyway, Lummy, when they first start the company, it's called Cannabato. It didn't have any weed in it. It was just called Cannabato.
Yeah.
And it's natural alkaline spring water. Mike brings it to me, and he's like, hey, I'm doing this new water deal. And I'm like, Mike, I like it, but I don't like the name, and I don't like the design. And like if I get behind, and like since you're in the early stages of this, and listen, who am I? I don't know anything about.
What do you mean? You know about canned water. You know about gifts. You know
I-
about shorts for Instagram. You can do it all.
Hey, you know about promotions, and you know about names, and you know about logos.
Well, here's the deal. I'm like, it's going to be tougher for me to sell this to my audience if I just think this is just an awkward. I think you just need to rethink maybe the name and the design. And instead of Cannabato, let's call it. I don't know if I brought up Aqua. I think he did. Or they did. And so, he's like, listen, we want to do a studio sponsorship. We want this to be the water of the Bubba Army. I'm like, I want to do all of that, but you need to change it up. And so, here's their new designs. And it looks like I think Mike's going to be talking to Tom next week.
Nice.
About getting a deal together. But this is their new logo, Aquabato, which I like better. And then now are they make one Aquabato, one color? So this might be just different types of ways that they can show the logo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and what they're doing is they're competing against the Liquid Death. That's why they have the little halo.
Right.
Liquid Death.
We sell hope, not death.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Now here's how it's going to come. This is a far better design, than this green that this kind of blends into the silver. This blue and this yellow, this pops out. This is great.
Yeah, I agree.
And so
that's different than anything else.
Here are some of their, some of their new stuff, some of their new designs and things like that. Keep your soul and keep your hydration. Hashtag Liquid Life. And this is the new Aquabato canned water that we will be promoting quite heavily here coming soon. So thank you, Mike, and thank you to your boss and the CEO and all that kind of stuff. I look forward to working with you. You can see that I have a can of the old stuff. And listen, we can run through the old stuff. We drink so much water around here.
Yes, we do.
Have you tried any of this yet, Seth? Or you're not even like...
Yeah, I've tried it.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, I'll drink it all the time when they're locked in.
Seth sometimes takes the Aquabato water and pours it into his core deal. Make less anxiety. He tricks himself in that he's drinking a core gimmick. All right, so look at the TV. See how that roof collapsed from the tropical storm?
Yes.
So I noticed. By the way, look for a Sunbelt rental 35 foot high reach coming today for tomorrow's Get Fresh gimmick. Tomorrow we're hanging the new front sign, working on the container, and now Lummy, I am going to take Bob Cook.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go because I noticed upstairs there were a few leaks.
Oh, no.
But here's the deal. This building, I'd probably need to get a hold of Mark, take the landlord. This building probably needs a new roof.
Well, you got to call your boy.
Well, Fabrizi doesn't do... I don't think he does commercial roofing. I think he only does residential.
This is metal roof too.
You don't think he could, make an exception for you, Bubba?
Yeah, he could. He probably could. But still, even probably getting a good deal from Fabrizi, it's still probably $30,000 to put a new roof on this place.
It's a big building.
It's a big building.
Yeah, metals.
And let me. What do they now? Do they tear? Do they go over the existing?
No, they will tear it up.
They'll tear it completely up.
Yeah, especially the metal roof. They'll tear it up and then they put it back down.
So, Dan, what I've been doing for the last 10 years is realistically on a metal roof. And for everybody in chat, like Buck and all the guys that are hard, Iggy, Big Red, all the guys that know more about building than I do, it's my understanding that when a metal roof on a warehouse goes bad, it's not, Lummy, like the metal panels go bad. It's the grommets. It's the little rubber seals on the screws.
Yeah.
And those get deteriorated with sun, which then cause a void. That grommet is no longer working as a grommet or a washer. It's now It's not as tight. The screw's not as tight and water can get underneath it.
Correct, because it loosens it up a little bit, get a little wind, it picks it up, the rain goes underneath. Yeah.
So I forget who told me. It might have been Fabrizi. Actually, Fabrizi, like about in 18, he sent his guys over and he goes, I got this stuff, this roof stuff, that what you do is you put a layer of it over every seam of screws. And you just, you know what I'm saying?
That like patches all the holes.
Yeah, you just, you don't have to put this material on a piece of metal that doesn't have any screws on it, because that piece of metal is never going to
get penetrated
ever. I mean, unless somebody, a bomb hit it or something like that. But like no weather, even hail, is going to penetrate a sheet metal roofed building. But what does happen are all the seams and all the rubber grommets and the million screws that are up there, they fail. So if you take this roofing coating and you go over the screws and all those things, then you buy yourself some time. Well, Lummy, I think when did we do that? 5-6 years ago?
Let's see, 24. Yeah, 5 years ago.
We did it 5 years ago, Lummy, and I haven't had a leak in 5 years. But Debbie did bring an unbelievable amount of rainfall.
Yeah. So is he telling you to like flex seal it?
No, I mean we have like 5 or 6 buckets of what we used before.
Oh, that's all you need.
Okay. Because I was gonna say I was looking at the flex seal commercials and it seems like it protects the roofs too.
Yeah, it's black.
Yeah, but it's black.
Yeah.
Do they make white?
Oh, they make clear. I mean, Flex Seal. The guy did a boat.
Do they make white Flex Seal?
Yes, they do.
And what's the largest? Can you buy it in a 5-gallon bucket? And
yeah, it's expensive.
And there you go. Is it $210?
I'll look it up.
Whereas I have like 5 or 6 of these. So I asked Bob Cook. I said, because you got to stir this stuff up, Lummy, with like professional paint stir.
Yeah.
So I asked Bob Cook to bring his paint stirring drill and stuff. And so as everybody else is doing, I'm not asking him. It's just going to be me and Bob Cook, Lummy.
Oh, okay.
So on the roof, because I need you guys doing the other stuff.
Yeah.
Is your roof safe enough and strong enough that it can support people walking on it?
Yeah.
Yes. So you have to worry falling through the rafters?
As long as you walk on the seams.
Okay. I sent you the Flex Seal commercial. It looks like it's $211 for a 5-gallon bucket.
What?
Oh, sorry, 2.5-gallon bucket. But Bubba, I sent you that commercial.
Hold on, Lummy. $211 for a 2.5-gallon bucket?
Yeah.
It'll cost you like $20,000 to make a boat out of Flex Seal.
Well, I mean, he did a pretty good job on it.
But here's the deal.
Look at that, fixing the roof.
But here's the deal. I got 5 or 6 5-gallon.
Half-gallon?
Oh, damn it! Where the hell is that coming from? Yeah, I think it's him right here. Get it right.
We get set
For
up
free.
there with the Flex Seal, do a commercial.
Do you not understand how much it would cost? That's just 2.5 gallons. $211 for 2.5 gallons.
Cost you $2,000 for the roof.
Leaky roof will cost you thousands in repairs.
Thousands, though, Bubba.
And gushing gutters can destroy your home's foundation. Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal.
Me and Bob are gonna be up there with spray cans.
Yeah.
The easy way to coat, seal, and stop leaks fast. Just a quick shot and Flex Seal instantly fills cracks and holes, stopping the toughest leaks while remaining completely flexible. Flex Seal is actually liquid rubber in a can. Flex Seal is perfect for all your home repairs and covers easily.
No, Lummy, what we got is made for what we're doing.
Right.
And I probably got 5 times. I probably got 30 or 40 gallons of it.
Oh, well.
And I don't need to do the whole roof. I just need to go. I know the couple areas that are leaking, and I just need to concentrate on those areas.
I have a dumb question. Do you ever just replace the screws in the grommets? Is that an option?
Yeah, but there's a lot up there.
I understand that, but that is one option if you didn't seal it.
Yeah.
Instead of replacing the whole roof, just
But here's the
re-screw
deal.
it.
Here's the deal, man. There's so much coating of this stuff
Can't
on
get them
them.
off?
I mean, it would be
It's like the window that's like painted shut.
Yeah.
I understand because we have that problem
it's
in my
like
house.
It's like the window that's painted shut and 5 paintings ago.
Right. I have that at my house. There's some windows that have been painted shut for 25 years.
Right.
Las Vegas Mario 25.
So Bob Cook and I think I have these rollers. Merch Crick said she thought we had these rollers in one of the storage containers. If not, I'll go to Home Depot and buy a couple stick rollers and what have you. But I just need to do the roof a little bit. So because I can't. There's no way they're going to put a new roof on this place.
No, I've been told I need a new roof too, and I keep saying nope, not doing it. Just keep fixing it.
Your roof.
Well, first of all, what's the pitch on your roof?
Oh, with that.
My
with the angle?
God, yeah, they'd have to.
It's a lot, and it's got that jade. That's jade tiles.
It's it's tile roof. It's not shingle.
No, it's like a porcelain sort of jade.
Right.
If Dr. Dan replaced his roof with the same, it
I'm
would be
telling
about
you,
80, 90 grand.
bull crap. Be a $1.50.
Nope, 300. I was told 250 to 300.
Well, let me listen to this. Back in 1999, when I did my roof they were just putting my new roof on my big mansion. I had 125 square, whatever that means, and I guess that's an unbelievable amount.
Yes.
And my roof back then, Fabrizi's dead cost was 80 grand.
Right, exactly. So which is
And that
big
was
boy
20,
cost is one.
That's 25 years ago.
Right. So big boy cost was 125, probably.
Right.
Double that now.
Yeah.
So 250 to 300. That's what they're telling me.
Yeah. Exactly. 300,000.
I said I'd rather burn the house down.
with one person in it.
Yeah, just one.
Just one.
And a scorpion. Apparently, I have a scorpion now.
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Does little Danny have it as a pet, or you have one in the house?
No, there's one that. Sophia said there's a spider in my room, so she didn't want to sleep in her room. And so she didn't go back to the room for like 3 days. I'm like, why aren't you going back to the room? Because there's a spider in there. I'm like, it's just a freaking spider.
So you went in there, Johnny Badass?
No. So finally, she had a picture of it, and I saw the picture of it. It's a scorpion.
Dan, you need to hire an exterminator right now.
Got the picture last night. Exterminator's coming today.
And I tell them, give me the good juice.
Yep.
Don't give me the
bitch juice.
Yeah, don't give me the bitch juice that you're charging a guy in Kansas City.
Orange extract.
No, I want professional grade, the baddest stuff known to man.
Yeah, so I think they're called bark scorpions. Does that sound right?
Oh my God!
I've never.
You've never dealt with scorpion because I never saw a scorpion in Florida.
Do you have a picture of it on your phone?
No, Romina showed it to me. I don't have the picture of it yet.
Donnie, are they deadly?
Oh, they're venomous. Oh, wow, it's
venomous.
a bark scorpion.
They can bite you.
Will you send me a picture of a bark scorpion?
Yeah.
Hold on. So Dan, you have a bark scorpion in your room. How does
my house? Yeah.
How does a bark scorpion?
I sent it to you. It comes from Arizona.
How does it?
How to get here? Number one. Number two, I didn't even know there were scorpions in Florida. Number three,
how does it get here? It's people coming from Arizona and bring it here, just like all the pets down in.
So Dan, is that kind of what it looks like?
It was darker, but yes,
the Everglades.
It was more like the ones at the bottom.
Bunch of illegal scorpions.
Kind of like this one. Oh, hold on.
No, the one next to it. It was more like the one next to it.
Well, I mean, the snakes and the Everglades.
That one right there.
This?
That's what it looks like. Yep.
I
would be.
I'm like, that's not a spider.
I would be freaked out.
So
I would tell Merch Crick, listen, we're gonna go stay with my sister for a couple days. I'm having Lummy and I wouldn't even hire Lummy. I'd hire a professional exterminator.
I hope so.
To come in and say, listen, I want you to spray the hell out of everything.
Yeah, it's scary.
That scares me.
Yeah, it's scared. So now I understand why Sophia was scared, because it's not like a normal spider. Like a normal spider, she's like,
where was it? Like, was it on her?
Climbing on her wall, right behind her bed. Poor girl.
All I had to do was fall off and then bite her, and she's dead.
Oh my God!
I don't know if she'd die, but apparently it's a venomous. It is venomous and very painful.
You've seen? Hold on.
In Costa Rica, we see them.
Hold
but
on.
not here.
Remember sumo spider bite?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. You remember 5-6 years ago, sumo always comes down and stays, February with me. And between Volusia, East Bay, and Bubba Raceway Park, he'd been to all three places, sitting on the bleachers. Between one of those places, he had gotten bitten by what we believe to be a brown recluse spider, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like on his butt, on the side of his butt, a little bit like where you'd be sitting. And how bad, I mean, it was killing the tissue around it.
It's destructive. It causes necrosis.
Had he not come in, he caught it early. Probably within 3 days of getting bit, he was already at your office. But, it was going to be debilitating, was it not?
Oh, it was a massive hole. And it's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And a lot of times when you go to the doctor with a spider bite, they put a little incision in there and they say, okay, this will fix it. No, you got to cut out all that tissue. It is poison.
Dan looked like he was cutting out a baby.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy. And that was just a brown recluse. That wasn't even a scorpion.
Right. But I don't know if the scorpion bites cause as much tissue necrosis, but they're super painful. And they do cause, they cause infections and cellulitis and things like that. But
little Danny's not even gonna get a seafood tower anymore because he looks like the lobsters look like the scorpions.
Yeah, it's scary.
And that's actually gonna help you with your bill, because isn't the seafood tower usually the most expensive thing?
It's one of them. Yeah.
Isn't a seafood tower usually sometimes $150, $200?
Yeah, if you get one for more than one person, yes.
Yeah. When I get back, I want to be on time today. When I get back, I love when smart people debate. I do. And did you see Mark Cuban and what is it? How do you say that guy's name?
Vivek
Ramaswamy.
The Ramaswamy guy. Who, what? By the way, I like that guy.
Oh, he's a smart guy.
I wish Trump would have picked him.
They would have attacked it.
Why? Just because he's too progressive?
His name? Hard to say.
Oh, so we'll hire we'll vote in a guy named Barack Obama, but a guy named Ramaswamy's our problem? I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, he's an Indian guy.
I don't want to hear anybody say that we will get hung up on, because Barack Obama sounds about as terrorist as you can get, and he ended up being a two-time very well liked, very well spoken president. So I don't want to hear anybody say that names mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, Barack Hussein Obama is a scary name. Very scary name.
He's an African-American.
And we voted him in, first African-American with a scary name, and he killed it. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to hear anybody say that Ramaswamy would be a deterrent, because it's not. It's how you roll, what kind of swagger you got, and I think within all the political world, he's one of the ones that I think resonates and tells the truth the most. He makes the most sense.
Yes, well, he was the smartest candidate on the stage, and so of all the people that ran for the Republican ticket, he was absolutely the smartest guy.
What's his
Indian
background?
People in America, he's Indian.
I know.
Most Indian people in America are brilliant.
Is he a businessman?
Yes.
Is he?
He's a businessman.
I don't know where he went to college though.
He was best friends with J.D. Vance. The weirdo. They were like best friends.
And I'm not big on, listen, I'm not
JD
big.
Vance named his kid after him.
I'm not big on JD Vance. And I ain't big on this guy from Minnesota either.
I have a couple opinions on this, but the only thing I want to say is that the only Indian person I've ever met in America that wasn't really, really, really smart, not met, but had contact with or, heard from, is Kamala Harris. Because every Indian person I know in America is brilliant. They work their asses off, and they're all smart. Indian people are as smart as it gets. That's why England incorporated them into their culture. They've added to their culture.
Well, and
India's a nice place. For people.
Indian kids are hard workers.
Yes.
They're not a bunch of lazy ass playing Fortnite. I know an Indian family. And both of their kids the daughter's 17, the kid's 15, and they both have full-time summer fast food jobs. Now, their dad is probably richer than all three of you and your two brothers combined.
But they make them work. They make them study.
I mean, the dad's probably worth $70 million.
Incredible.
I mean, and the mom's a stay-at-home mom, and they're all Indian. Like the mom and the dad met in India. They went to college together. She decided to be a stay-at-home mom, and both of their teenagers. Her dad's worth $80 million, and you know what, Dan? I think he has a Bugatti.
That's crazy.
I think he's got a Bugatti. But anyway, his son works at Arby's, and his daughter works at Chick-fil-A during the summer.
Nice.
Now, that's kick-ass, right? How many, how many people that are worth $80 million are making your kids work fast food over the summer to learn how to appreciate a hard day's work and to start instilling some work ethic into you?
It's brilliant. And those kids who are making, $10 to $15 an hour now will be millionaires. They'll be millionaires.
It's smart to get in Chick-fil-A because the only way you can own a Chick-fil-A is if you work for
them. They're millionaires as soon as their dad gets hit by a bus.
But I'm saying before their dad gives them all their money as an inheritance, they'll become self-made millionaires because they'll be driven, smart, successful.
And he's already told them, listen to this. This guy's stiff. Like I've had a few conversations with him saying, hey, man, you need to lighten up a little bit. And he's like, my father was not light on me, and I'm not being light on my kids. It's generational. And if you want generational wealth, that's how you do it. And so he said, the money that his kids make now are going to be used for their spending money once they make it to college.
Right.
So start saving, because when you go to college, now, if they don't get scholarships or anything like that, of course he's going to pay for their college.
Right.
He's going to, but he said, I'm not going to get the money they make now outside of college will be their spending money when they are in college.
Makes sense.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's perfect.
When we come back, Mark Cuban and Ramaswamy, I think they argue over climate and global warming.
Change.
Yeah. And listen, I'm not a big global warming guy. Although I did stepped out, I went and saw Merge Crick at the hospital yesterday. It's a story in itself. And I walked out of because they keep hospitals cold.
Yes.
They keep them super cold. Mm-hmm. And so when you walk out to the parking lot, I was like, oh my God, Vietnam. Like, Jesus, it's so hot. I think we're like a whole different hot.
Well, that humidity really makes it a lot more intense.
When you go up north to New Jersey, is it as hot up there in the summer as it is down here?
Well, they all freak out because they're not used to those temperatures, but it doesn't feel anything like it does here because it's not as humid.
Right.
The humidity makes it much, much, much worse. Is it Freaky Flapjack Friday?
No.
Oh, geez. Sure.
No. I'm going to have to say no, Dan.
Okay.
I mean, it can be Protein Friday, Protein Shake Friday.
Okay.
But it can't be Freaky Flapjack because I'm just, I'm trying to do the right thing with my diet. It blows my diet away. It really does. But, Lummy, if I'd go work out after the show, I could burn it off.
Yes, you could. Absolutely. We could do a little set in between before it even comes. You can pre-burn it off. It's like a prepaid ticket.
So you're saying if I get off my lazy ass and do a couple sets after the show, then I could probably burn off those pancakes.
No, I'm saying do a set during this break so you can feel like these pancakes are already paid for.
Oh, like maybe go over and do some like tricep extensions or something like that?
Exactly.
So, you mean prepay my burn off?
Prepay the burn off.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I mean, you're a bottom anyway.
I'm a bottom for you.
I mean, you're a bottom.
I'm a bottom for you.
Woo.
No, you're good. Because you have to look for my videos a couple plays. No way you can buy into it is you got
Hey, Lummy, do you got me an updated list from Ashley? You said you...
Well, I haven't told you yet. Well,
Damn.
Yes and no.
Okay.
I have a comparative of last year to this year. She has not...
Then bring that.
Okay. But it's only of the people that gave...
Never mind. Let's talk about it later.
Yeah, she overthought it.
Let's talk about it later.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
She was waiting to do it after tonight.
All right. Well, then that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Okay. We can do it next week.
Street 36 months was your thing with your carriage house to match it. No, your carriage house is shingles.
It's very old shit shingles, yeah. I'm like, that one needs to be replaced. But that'll cost me like 15 grand, 20 grand.
And it really changes the integrity of the home. A shingles wouldn't look. You need that bulky barrel roof, and it was designed like that. Shingles would fuck that house up.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm talking about the carriage house. Like that one I don't really care about.
You know, if you got something... Yeah, you're right.
But he's got shingles on it now.
It's just shingles now.
Maybe what I would do, Dan, is I would find my most favorite fucking shingles if you were to shingle the house and put it on the carriage house. And so you could get a look at what it looks like on the carriage house. So that if you ever did make that leap of faith, you know, oh, it's not going to look good, or yeah, you know what, it actually looks pretty good.
See, I agree. That's a great idea, and I may do a modification or a renovation.
And I'm telling you right now, man, I don't know if you need to go to Fabrizi. Fabrizi will take care of you.
Yes, well, you told me before. I'll use them. I'll absolutely use them.
But you call Richard.
No, I call Richard.
You don't call Handyman Roofing and have him send out fucking Fred to come out and give you that.
No. I'll call Richard directly.
Right.
He's all better still too, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Full remission.
So,
What's up, Bubba's Kinkles?
So Dan, they put in with Merch Creek, they put in a something on the side of her neck so that they could get the
internal jugular access.
Well,
IJ.
It's a double port
central line,
and it's so that they can pull the ECMO out of her groin and run it through her neck.
Right.
So that she can get.
I think that's a food.
What's that?
They call it an internal jugular, an IJ central line.
So, because in order for her to be a candidate for a lung transplant, she has to be able to walk.
So they're still talking lung transplant?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
Does she have a little improvement?
I mean,
I thought I saw a post from Erica. It's kind of.
I think she did have a little improvement over that. I think that this.
Do you think her lungs are permanently damaged?
That's what they're saying, Dan. I mean, they're saying that, they're saying that.
Makes sense.
And I'm like you, like what you said to me a few days ago. How the fuck did we get here?
Right.
Like, how the fuck did we get from COVID-19 double pneumonia to being sent home and released? Go back to your primary doctor. He gives you the okay that you don't need to have at-home oxygen anymore, and that you can start kind of, living your life. And 3 days later, or 2 days later, you can't breathe. You fall over, and they take you to the hospital, and now we're here. And now we're here. We've been sent from one hospital to the place that we are now. The place that we are now is one of the very few places that have the ECMO machine, because not everybody has that machine.
Right.
And so it's just, there you go.
She should have taken, like I suggested, that ivermectin when she got out of the hospital the first time to clear the virus.
I know she's beating herself up about that.
Listener-supported sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
We all have a heartfelt reason to be more heart healthy. And sometimes people think, I can't do that because it requires a huge, unsustainable change that I probably am not prepared to do. Well, over 130 college and pro teams use Super Beat Heart Chews to get their daily blood pressure support in just 2 tasty chews. And they even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle in itself. They're plant-based. There's no artificial sweeteners or colors. There's no pills to swallow. There's no ingredients to mix or prepare. Super Beat Heart Chews also support healthy circulation without the stimulants or crash. You can double your potential of Super Beat Heart Chews and get a free month's supply of Super Beat Heart Chews on all bundles and get a free full-size bag of turmeric. Those chews are valued at $25 with your order by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. We really get credit, and they know how much the Bubba Army's buying. That's why we keep getting the endorsement, Lummy, because the Bubba Army loves Super Beats just like we do.
Yeah, we do.
Get the exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com.
Days and days, $50 Super Chat and Yankee Jib, $10.
I haven't even checked my PayPal all day today. Do you even have PayPal, or am I the only guy?
You are the only guy. Right. And Las Vegas Mario, 25.
Well, and I don't do that because I'm trying to be selfish. It's just so it would be hard to give you like the login. It's just how much of a pain in the ass it is. Lummy, Party, not Party Kim. Just Kim. Just Kim. $100 for Dan. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Seth.
Oh no, I just said, damn.
I didn't have you on.
Just Kim loves that.
Just Kim's really trying to get that Barb qualification. She might even be there.
I mean, I feel like she is, but what do I know?
Well, if you're not, tonight is. I gotta feel tonight's Bubba 199 is going to be big. I really do. We haven't done it. How many months have we? Did we take 2 months off?
3.
Did we take 3 months off?
I believe the last one was April.
Yeah, so we've taken 3 months off. It's one of we only put it in 3 different places, and we really only advertise 2. We put it on Rumble and we put it on Twitch.
Big E 7375 Hall of Famer, $100.
Thank you, Big E. So Twitch and Rumble is where the 2 sexy places we got. I think we throw it up on Locals too.
Yeah, after. That's the only place you can see it after it's done.
It's not live on Locals, but it's repurposed on Locals.
Correct. If you miss it, you can see it there on Locals only.
Yeah, because we pull it down, I think, on other places, don't we?
Correct.
Yeah, there we go. We're like thieves. We're like we live in San Francisco. We're smash and grabbers, Lummy.
Yes.
Like we live in San Francisco, and we just go in there with sweatshirts and take a sledgehammer and smash open the door, and then take all the jewels and then run out, because San Francisco, which I think doesn't Kamala Harris have? Wasn't she the district attorney of San Francisco?
I believe so.
That's
at one
where
time.
That's kind of like one of her early political gimmicks.
Mm-hmm. Bragging about being a very progressive district attorney.
Yeah. I think she might, her and the guy from Minnesota make really good partners when it comes to defunding the police.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing.
I like his wave.
I don't understand if you're a mayor of a town and you have mayors that are strong mayors that make all the decisions, that run the police department, that run the fire department, that run the street department, that run the park department, that run they elect the police, the chief of police. They do it all.
Like Jane Castor.
Like Jane Castor, yeah, like that, and like the guy from St. Pete, he's a strong mayor. But then you can be like the mayor of Clearwater, and you just have a seat on the city council, and so you're the figurehead mayor, but you're really just one vote on the council.
Right, the city council runs the whole deal.
Yeah, and you're part of that. Let me fish on the J25. I think he's going out to get us a bass this weekend, is he not?
Yes,
Awesome.
he is.
Is our pond ready for a bass?
Oh, way past the ready.
Are
the small little bluegills going to be real? Is it open season for them?
Yes, it is.
Is that what the bass is going to feed on?
Yes, it is.
But not feed on the one, because he can't eat anything that's probably bigger than your pinky finger, right?
Correct.
They're largemouth bass, Bubba. They can eat a lot.
I know, but they don't eat. They're not like a boa constrictor that can eat a deer.
No, I hope not.
Have you ever seen some of those videos where you see some of these anacondas and they eat a person?
Right, and there's like a silhouette of a person or a deer or whatever animal they ate in their like midsection. It's crazy.
Well, you got to think, Bubba, just about the bluegills. They lay between like 10 to 60,000 eggs every 36 hours. So
like a bunch of illegal immigrants just come into our country.
Exactly.
Our pond replicates our country.
Correct.
There's 60,000 of them coming in.
Yes.
Only one cop. The largemouth bass. He actually represents Border Patrol. We got one Border Patrol for all these 60,000 that are coming in. But as a mayor, I can't understand, no matter what party you're for, whether you're Democratic or you're Republican, just common sense would be, I'm not going to defund my police. I don't need less police presence. I need more educated, and like if you're having a George Floyd type situation in your town, or you're having some crime or something that the police have mishandled, you feel, then educate them. Don't defund them. Get them better training. Get them better, get that. Or maybe bring some social workers in along with the police to identify some of the things that are happening in your community, because that's what they're doing. They're defunding the police, and they're funding all these, social workers to come into, like for instance, a domestic violence situation. And they'll send a social worker in there to talk to, Fred and Rhonda, who just got in a knockdown, drag-out fight. But I don't know that social workers sometimes, that doesn't end well.
Well, two things, Bubba. They say that because they're pandering to a base, and that became a narrative during the George Floyd problems, and the BLM was a whole defund the police, and so they didn't really want to do it, but they were just saying that because they actually wanted to just be attractive to the base that was fighting for that, and it's a silly concept. But the social workers have no business doing what they're asking them to do, and that is to go into dangerous situations. That's for the police.
Right. Now, how about like Chicago, where and Seth, I think your mom and dad are originally from Chicago, are they not?
Yep.
And I guarantee you the Chicago that they grew up in wasn't today's Chicago. And what happened, and Chicago has had a long line of strong. Mayor Daley ran a tight ship. There was a woman I think named Jane Byrne that she was a woman. She was a mayor of Chicago. But where did it go wrong? Where Chicago became such a violent city, and how did that happen? Was it through leadership? Was it through that woman that was the mayor? What was it, Lori Lightfoot?
No, it's way before that.
Was it the guy that worked for Obama?
Rahm Emanuel.
Before that too. I talked to my dad because
Is your dad from Chicago?
Oh yeah.
All right. So what is your dad? And it'd be interesting to talk to your mom about this too, Seth. It'll be like, hey, where do you feel Chicago went wrong? And this would be interesting because obviously I think your dad's probably right.
Yes.
And I think Elise is left. So it would be interesting to get a cross section of their opinions. Two longtime Chicagoans, how do you call it?
Chicagoans.
And it'd be interesting to see what they think went wrong. What does your dad think went wrong?
My dad would. I mean, this might obviously be a different opinion, but when the mob lost control of Chicago, and the mob kind of ran downtown Chicago,
and so it
kind of kept the peace.
Kind of like the way, not to say that Latin Sons are part of the mob, but Rio and Craig often in Operation Pigmentation, one of our new podcasts that's killing it, produced by Seth Kushner. But don't they say, isn't one of their ongoing slogans, Seth, is that the hood controls itself? It polices itself.
Yes.
And so
I don't know if that's the mob's motto, though.
But I think it is.
No, it is.
I think the
mob.
The mob's is like, listen, you know what? People know what you can't do in our community, and if we have to step in, it ain't going to be pretty. And I think the hood is much like the same thing, man. Hey, listen.
Yeah, but the hood's not rolling into the wig shop down the street, and they're getting handed an envelope or anything.
Well, what I've heard.
True.
What he was saying is from the family we have left up there is like obviously the mob, with the that whole, but there's different gangs, and I guess the different gangs started taking over downtown. And then the pretty much the police presence, the different mayors, police not being as.
Do you need a guy like Grady? Like, could Grady Judd clean up Chicago, or would that be such a massive culture difference in what Chicago is that it would just be just shootouts Grady's guys would be shooting it out with him every day.
He'd have that place under control in 90 days. Problem is he'd be labeled a racist.
Yeah, it's the society's too woke nowadays.
Okay, so Grady goes in, sends his boys, they clean it up, but in doing that, they have probably a far larger arrests of African Americans than you do white people. And then people now say he's a racist. He only arrests black people. When Grady goes, I arrest my mama, and she's white. Like, he doesn't. Grady Judd does your color and your ethnicity and your religion with Grady Judd, the greatest lawman this is my opinion, the greatest lawman in our entire country.
He's one of the
greatest lawmen in our entire country. Grady Judd doesn't care what color you are or what your religion is. If you're doing something wrong, he's going to get you. No way, shape, or form does you being black versus being white matter to him. He doesn't. His mom's white, and he told me he'd arrest his mom. He did. So, how does Chicago fix itself? Obviously, Chicago's predominantly African-American proper, Chicago proper, which means that's the city of. That's probably predominantly African-American. And can you put somebody other than a, perhaps woke, liberal African-American in office to be able to clean this up? And if you can't, then isn't it just going to be a cyclical thing that never gets fixed?
Well, from what I was told, and maybe Seth, knows different, but I mean, I've been there a couple of times, and always the suburbs and downtown were like off limits to a lot of the gang violence because they always had big police presence. And they started kind of getting a little lax on it.
The suburbs control their own. They have Grady Judds in the various suburbs.
But downtown,
right? So they
all of a sudden started getting a little lax on the police presence, and then pretty much.
Hey, when I lived there in 1989, I lived in Chicago in 1989, and there was all the Miracle Mile, and anywhere downtown was safe, except for there was like two areas. One on the south side and then Cabrini Green. There were like two areas that was pretty violent and you just stayed away from. And that's all the problems were there. There was never a problem in downtown. There was never a problem down by the Sears Tower, which I think's been renamed now. There was never a problem down by the Hancock Center.
I mean, no one's getting shot by the Bean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, does Chicago even have the ability to put the correct politician in there, to hire the right police chief, to clean the streets up, or is it just because it's so blue that it'll just be this very cyclical, problem? Or can blue change?
There's two ways to change it. One is to better educate the kids and give them a purpose and a sense of hope that they can get out of the hood without having to be king of the hood. And the second is locking up everybody that's doing all the bad stuff, and they won't do that.
And so, I mean,
so they continue this perpetual cycle of dependence and poverty and angst because it helps them politically. It's disgusting.
The Lori Lightfoot got ousted, did she not? But the guy that beat her is worse than him, isn't she?
They're all worse. They're worse than the one before. They're all guilty of it. They don't want to fix it. They want to keep it a problem.
Here is Ramaswamy and Mark Cuban. By the way, we've had Mark Cuban on.
Yes, we have.
We should reach out to Mark and see if if we could get him back on.
Will do.
To me, I believe climate change is real. I believe it's man-made. And if that is the case, I'm going to be for anything that mitigates that risk, because there's nothing more important to me in the value chain, right, in my risk analysis and dealing with probability than what's going to create the best world for my kids.
Man, Dan, can't you just tell he's a smart businessman?
Yeah, but he's a little bit of hubris.
Yeah,
So
what's that mean?
He's just arrogant.
Oh, hold on. Coming from you?
But yes. Takes one to know one. He's arrogant.
Wow. I think he is, but I think
He started making money stealing video feed on football games.
No, you're wrong.
Was that broadcast.com?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay, correct me.
He made his money, and I had him on the air to validate it. He made his money because he went to the University of Indiana in Bloomington, Indiana. We're home of Bob Knight. And home of when you're an alumni, you then make sure that you always follow how IU basketball does. You may live in New Mexico, you may live in California, but you're, back in the day, let me get in the newspaper the next day, looking at the box score and see how Indiana did against Purdue.
Yeah.
Because, you didn't have ESPN, you didn't have, the internet was just getting started, and there was just really no way to watch or listen to the game. Well, what he did, Dan, is that he had WBWB was the radio station that covered Indiana basketball. And so he would literally put a microphone up to their speaker and broadcast the Indiana basketball game over the internet with IU and WBWB's permission, because they're like, here's this kid coming saying, hey, can I broadcast the ball game over the internet? And this is like 1989, 1990, Lummy, like when the internet was like, the
wild west.
Nobody knew anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah, go ahead. And so he did that. Then he folded that into other colleges, I think more Big Ten colleges. And then he folded that into a company called broadcast.com that did it even more globally. And then Yahoo stupidly came in and thought the company was worth far more than, it was during the .com bubble burst. But prior to the .com bubble burst, Yahoo came in, and I don't know what they paid, Lummy, but I think they paid over $1 billion for broadcast.com. They since then, after having it for 5 years, completely closed it down because, technology had caught and surpassed them. But I think
5.7 billion.
5.7 billion, Dan. And it started out with
a microphone on a speaker.
Microphone on a local radio station speaker. That's the story. So he didn't steal anything. He just cut some real good deals, and nobody knew the value of what that stream could potentially be.
So I'll say a word about my own views on climate change. We don't have to debate this because the more important part is the business part, although we can debate the climate change part too. So do I believe global surface temperatures are going up? Yes, I do.
This is Ramaswamy.
Do I believe that there are man-made causes that may be playing a role in that? It appears plausible that could actually be the case. However, I do not believe that is anywhere near an existential risk for humanity. And
so
here's
let's
why,
just
right?
talk probability. Okay, go ahead.
So just a couple facts, because you could put probabilities around it, but if you look at the hard realities, are 8 times as many people.
And Cuban's being cool, like he's
he's a smart guy there.
Yeah, no, but I mean he's being cool. He's not interrupting like Dan would by now.
People die of cold temperatures today rather than warm ones. The Earth is now covered by more green surface area today than it was a century ago because carbon dioxide is actually sustenance, plant food effectively.
Okay.
And the right answer to all of these temperature-related deaths, cold or hot, is more abundant and plentiful access to energy, which requires fossil fuels. So
What if
for
you're
that
wrong?
reason, what's that?
What if you're wrong? What if you're wrong?
Yeah, so there's
What's
some
at
tail
stake?
problem.
What's because we don't know. Nobody knows for certain, right?
So the
you
what
can
if you're wrong
model all
argument,
this stuff.
I can engage with that. Right? Because I think that's a legitimate. Even if there's a 1%.
See, man, I think Ramaswamy would be one hell of a president.
Because he's brilliant.
I mean, for real.
And he's got the gift of gab, and he's entertaining
and
to
you know
listen
what?
to.
And he's not a dick.
Nope.
And he doesn't come across like a dick. And when somebody engages him with an opposite opinion, he talks it out. He's like, you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. You're dumb.
And
like, God, this is the guy. I hope the Republicans are really.
Oh, he's going to be
warming this guy up to be something because
he's
this
gonna be in
guy,
Trump's cabinet.
this guy's a great communicator. He
Trump-
really is.
Trump's already said he's going to be in the
wrong. How do you
cabinet.
know? My only answer to that is you could be wrong in both directions, right?
Of course you can. Of
The
course you can.
reality
But
is-
in my case, it costs money. In your case, your kids and my kids could be French fries, and their kids could have no chance.
So that debate's going to go on for a really long time, and I'm super interested in that. I've got
God, I wish he was the vice. That'd make me excited.
You've never heard J.D. Vance talk about this? He might be.
J.D. Vance is putting his wiener on a couch cushion.
Dude, J.D. Vance went to Yale Law School. J.D. Vance is a very smart man.
He was best friends with Vivek.
Huh?
They were best friends. They both grew up in Ohio.
It's nice that they're best friends. It
I
just
just
still
don't
doesn't
like
take
him.
from the intelligence of J.D. Vance.
I don't like him.
He's intelligent, and he doesn't wave like a 12-year-old girl like AWOLs does.
All right, hold on.
coming out later this year, evaluating all of the different angles on this for part of that. The part I'm interested in, though, for the business point, okay? Why should it be an individual business or a CEO that takes into account what they're doing for their own business to address climate change? Wouldn't that not make your business less competitive relative to Chinese peers?
Well, it depends. No,
none of whom, by the
because-
way, give the first care about climate change.
Anyway, I mean, I felt that was pretty cool.
I think those guys almost did 2 hours together.
Did they really?
I don't. At least an hour. I saw they've gone back and forth on Twitter before, so it was kind of cool that they got together for that.
And isn't it cool when you get two people that are that powerful? You know, obviously Cuban is very, very financially well. You know, he's very well off. Very, very rich.
Yeah, went from that to casinos, he's doing great.
But I'm just telling you, it's refreshing to see two intelligent people, one on the business end, and then Ramaswamy obviously on the business end, and now maybe potentially one day the political end. It goes to show you. It goes to show you that opposites can get along, but we choose not to. It's not cool to say, if I'm a Republican, it's not cool to say, you know what? That Democratic senator from Indiana, I agree with him on some things. Man, your party will throw you under the bus so fast. Remember the game we were playing yesterday, Lummy, where me and Brian were opposites?
Yeah.
I was the Republican senator from Indiana, and he was wherever the hell we were. And like, why can't senators?
I ended up being forced to give him handies, by the way. That's how.
And Bubba too. That he made the deal to give Bubba a handy.
Oh man.
Oh, was I getting a handy out of the deal?
from Seth. We negotiated with Brian to have Seth give you a handy.
See, that's how crooked politics are.
Yeah. Man, that's probably how it happens, too. Be like, hey, listen.
Just all of a sudden, someone has to find out they're giving handies to a
like,
senator.
hey, listen, so, you know, these senators, they really go and champion their cause, and they really try to flip some guys, and they'll be like, hey, listen, you know that hot 22-year-old assistant that I got that you've been talking to?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about a little, you want a little 45-minute handy session with her, and will that change your vote over to my deal? Sure, no problem.
What are we going to do with the extra 37 minutes?
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You know, 20 years ago, they sent a girl in the hotel room. Now they'll send a little boy.
Hello, I heard I'm here for the hand job.
I brought my own coconut.
I'm trying to move up. You see Trump and Musk are doing Musk is interviewing Trump.
Yeah, that's.
I got pancakes.
What up, 69?
I need paper plates and stuff.
You're over.
Help!
You're over. I was doing, but
I got forks over here for Bubba. I already got a little pack. Here you go, Sponjo.
Stop it.
You're welcome. Anything for you. What's up, Brian?
Stop it.
Thank you.
They brought extra syrup too. I think they're listening to us. Someone there's listening to us.
You really think they are?
For you, Bubba.
That's just Bubba.
Dan, you're not listening to us.
They absolutely are, dude. They put extra syrup in there.
No, but do they know who we are?
It must be at this point.
At this point, it must be.
Here you go, Bubba.
I mean, there's usually one of this too.
I know, but I want you to get yours first.
You gotta get your paper plate.
I will, but I want you to start eating.
You want to have the top one?
Yes, of course. I want you to start eating, Bubba. We don't have much time.
I understand, lover, but I gotta.
Hey, Bubba, I'll eat right after you.
No, come here. No,
I'm
buddy.
gonna get a big plate.
Okay.
I want you to not to.
He's still talking to himself.
Well, last time Bubba was trying to eat pancakes. It was the whole thing.
Well, yeah, this is so very efficient the way we're doing it right now.
I know. You got 3 whole minutes, man. I mean, time for a nap.
So Seth, did you live in Chicago for a while or never?
I did. We moved when I was 2.
Oh, so you don't really remember it then.
Yeah, but we were on the south side, bad side.
Is that where all the people got killed?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, we have a cop that is
Is there like a something, an area now where most of the
Let me pay attention.
I've been shot by the beam.
Besides
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're being shot by what?
What was that?
By the beam.
Here.
Isn't there another area besides the south side that most of these murders are
Take
happening?
this too.
Something
here's this.
hills or something green or something.
Cabrini Green.
Cabrini Green.
Yes, that's where you stay away from.
That's where it's supposed to be.
I went down there once and played basketball.
Yeah.
But I had 50 Janet Jackson CDs to give away. And they fucking all loved me. I would go down every like once a Saturday a month, I would go down in the B96 truck. So that instantaneously, because we were it was just us and GCI as the 2 urban stations. So
they loved you.
And we had to hit Mix 5. We had Julian Jumpin' Perez and Bad Boy Bill on the weekends. So they fucking love B96. And
What up, Ticker? What up, Ellen?
So I would go down there with 50 brand new discs of whatever the record, Bobby Brown, whatever the record company sent us. And I'd just give them, say, here, brand new compact disc for everybody.
Pretty green.
And they would be like, man, they would be so cool to me. I could do anything I wanted.
Well, what would you want to do to them?
Play basketball.
Oh.
And then they wouldn't give me the rock, and I'd say, motherfuckers, give me the rock.
What up, D-Rock? What's up, Biggie?
And then they'd be laughing, and then I'd make fun of myself and be like, hey, how many other white guys come down here and play with you guys?
None.
And they'd be like, man, you're tripping, bitch.
Buckwheat 439.
Somebody say, somebody throw Bubba the Rock, and I'd fucking make one, and they would all, like, erupt.
Deal Mount Pizer 20.
I was Rudy. They treated me like I was Rudy.
Man, let's play this basketball game. Either we got to do it in an evening coming up, or we just got to wait till the fall.
I think we got to wait till the fall.
Okay.
Because me and Dan's rotator cuffs got to get better.
Oh, it's going to
get there.
I mean, it's only going to get fucked up. And with all the banging in the paint.
But we're going to need to do it during a Saturday.
Probably, yeah.
And it needs to be cooler.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying at night, either at night or at just wait for it to get a little better out. I've actually never been there, Paul, but a lot of people seem to like it.
What's that?
The Chicago-style pizza place by Cox. I've never been there one time. There's Chicago-style pizza in this place called, like, Carrollwood, called Thomas P's. The thin crust, I have that. That's good.
He's pretty good.
You been there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that place. What up, Sunny Days?
They used to have Windy City.
Sunny Days.
It's Windy City's recipe.
Yeah.
Hi, Sunny Days.
You know, Flummy? You know all this shit?
What? The Chicago pizza?
Or you're talking about Chicago pizza?
Yeah. Windy City is fucking awesome.
I know. My family should.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Brett Favre today, right at 9. I won't be late. We got some good stuff for Brett Favre today. The Brett Favre. Hopefully Rhett and Gary Cantrell are really, really sharpening up their blades. So we can make some shorts and some teasers, just some shorts and some standalones, and really, really make it look good. We can probably get some pretty damn good.
It's perfect timing with football starting back up.
It is, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Games tonight, games last night.
Great job, Lummy.
Yeah, perfect
Brett
timing.
Favre promoting his new movie that comes out the end of this month. Is it called Concussed or Concussion or something?
Concussed, The American Dream.
Concussion was the Will Smith one, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is Concussed, The American Dream.
So, let me tell you, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon are supposedly going to potentially fund this themselves on like an independent deal. I don't know that there's any major studios behind it, but I mean, you don't need. I mean, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Well, one, I think they could probably go out and get financing on their own.
Mike Thurman, $20 super chat.
A lot of times these big time Hollywood stars, they don't pay for it themselves, but they go out and get investors to invest in, like that Rust project that Alec Baldwin was on, was privately financed. A lot of it was his money.
Bay Paver Ceiling 30 and Neil Mount Plaisir 20.
Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir. So
well, hopefully no one gets shot on the set.
Well, I don't think so. But, I must warn Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. First of all, Dan, I did my due diligence, and Brian has the book right now, but I might want to order another one for you and Jay, because it's this movie they're tentatively calling it Killing Gawker. And it's scheduled to start shooting in January of 25. And it's called Killing Gawker. Well, it said it was based on a book written by a guy, I forget what his name was. But so I read it all. I read the book. And it is an absolute, all it is really is a hit piece on Peter Thiel. Because the liberals in Hollywood hate when any successful or has more money than them person who's Republican and backs Trump. And let's not forget that Peter Thiel also spoke at the Republican National Convention 2 conventions ago, and that's probably was who Hogan used to, Lummy, I'm thinking he blew a call into his buddy Peter Thiel to get him on the RNC stage. I'm sure that Peter Thiel had something to do with it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
So, do you think that they hate him also because he's gay, and in their opinion, gay people should be Democrats?
Yes.
And it's like they hate black Republicans, they hate gay Republicans?
I think so. So anyway, but hold on. So I read this book, and this book is just an absolute hit piece on Peter Thiel. And it goes on and says, how, we're a bunch of hillbillies down here, and we're a bunch of unrefined idiots down here. And had Peter Thiel not stepped in and given the financial support and financially backed Hogan's lawsuit, that a great media empire such as Gawker would not have been shut down. This is all about freedom of speech and freedom of the press. When they have it misconstrued, the Hogan trial and the money that he won had nothing to do with the ability of the First Amendment or freedom of speech or journalism. It had everything to do with invasion of privacy. If this sexual act between my ex-wife and Hogan had happened in the park and somebody just, happened to get it on their cell phone, well, there's no expectation of privacy there. But when the sexual act is, only, 3 people know about it, or it's in the privacy of somebody's home, and it was never released, it was stolen. Well, now it's not about journalistic freedoms or the ability, or it's not newsworthy. It's invasion of privacy. So basically, the book kind of defends Gawker's position of they should have been able to do it, but because hotshot Peter Thiel, they say in the book, Dan, that like Hogan's legal team was dying on the vine, and they didn't have the resources that Peter Thiel provided, and they didn't. They didn't. Peter Thiel rolled up. I think at the end of the day, Lummy, he ended up contributing like $6 or $7 million. But from that point forward, Dan, they had mock trials, they had, they had surveys, they really, really dialed in the legal, they were able to hire more counsel. And listen, the funding of lawsuits is not illegal. Nope. If you took the funding of lawsuits away and made an illegal act of America, it would destroy our country. It would. I mean, every personal injury attorney, Dan, when you guys, which you're a personal injury attorney firm, one of them, medical, personal, slip and fall, like that. Every template in that space is you don't pay unless we win.
Yes, so in most cases like that, a lot of those work on what's called a contingency fee, which is when you pay a percentage of your winnings, and if you don't win, you don't pay. But when it's a higher risk case, like the Bubba, like the Hogan case, or like the MJ case against you, he had to fund that case himself.
I understand that, but you can't take the funding of lawsuits as anything bad, because it happens thousands of times every day.
A lot of PACs fund lawsuits. Political action committees fund lawsuits, and
funding lawsuits are as American as long as we've been a country. As long as we've been a country, there's been somebody that's funded somebody's lawsuit. It's not illegal,
right? And a lot of times it's outside funding. Outside of the country.
There's people and companies that do it as an investment. Meaning they see this case, they see that this person doesn't have the ability to have the legal representation or level that they need, so they go in and fund it because it's against Amazon or Walmart or McDonald's
as a potential high payoff.
And they're like, okay, we're gonna make 20% on our money. Where else can we get 20% returns? Right?
Right.
And so, anyway, they make this entire book is about how if Peter Thiel hadn't been involved, Hogan would have never won. This is just absolutely horrible that a guy that had an axe to grind with Gawker, because let's not forget the reason why Peter Thiel didn't like Gawker was because Gawker outed Peter Thiel as being gay. And so Peter Thiel's like, if I ever have an opportunity to get back at him, which is the American way too.
Right. Revenge.
Yeah, trust me. And he's like, I'm gonna. Well, Charles Harder, who was helping David Houston with the Hogan case, called up, just happened to call, Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel's like, who's it against? It's against Gawker. You mean the mother effers that really ruined,
trying to ruin my life?
Trying to ruin my life? Yeah, tell me how much you need, and I'll just keep sending the checks. And so Hogan shot a warning shot across the bow, so to speak, because this has gotten a lot of traction that Ben Affleck and Matt Damon are going to do this movie based on this book that I've read. And Hogan, because if Hogan's read the book, which I'm sure his counsel has, like I have, there's some questionable stuff in there that could be construed as slander, defamatory, or
libel.
Like for instance, Dan, they state as a matter of fact that me and my wife were swingers with General Petraeus.
See, that's factually wrong.
They wrote, Dan, that's written down.
That's libel.
So, what I'm trying to say is I might get Jay involved. I might lawyer up with Jay on this deal because they've already defamed and slandered me. Now, I know I'm a public figure, and I'm.
But you still can't make.
I'm held to a higher standard of slant. You can get on the air and say Bubba's a fat ass and Bubba's this and that, but you can't call me a child toucher if I've never touched a kid. There's just some things you can't say against people.
Correct.
And
a specific act that didn't happen, they can't say.
Right.
They can parody you, they can mock you, but they can't say that you had sex with Petraeus.
Right. I've never met Petraeus. My former wife, never met Petraeus. I couldn't pick Petraeus out of a lineup. They do that, but Dan,
you should really lean into it, Bubba.
But I'm going to. No, but
really?
Seth, I am.
Good.
I'm gonna get to book to Jay, and I'm gonna have now. So I read in the book, Dan, several of these instances, a few involving me, but a whole. Now, see, nobody knows the case. Nobody knows this better than me. I know everything about this entire thing ad nauseum. The fans will be like, "Oh, yeah, Bubba talking about talking." It's in the news, okay? It's a very much a big time story, so I have the right to talk about it.
Does anybody think Affleck could pull off Hogan?
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
he's going to need a prosthetic penis.
So who plays now? Hold on, I have been contacted. One of the calls that Tom Bean took yesterday was dealing with this situation, and if I would consult or be a part of it, and they asked who I would think could play me. And they came up with a name that I didn't even know about, and I looked this dude up. Here's who they're looking at: a guy named Madison. He's like on a TV show. He's called The Bear or something like that.
Matty Matterson?
Maddie.
The show, Maddie. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his last name.
Oh, yeah, Matheson.
Yeah, the big guy with the tattoos.
Let me-
The show is The Bear.
Let me send
It's
me.
about a restaurant.
Send me the.
Well, it's better than how Saturday Night Live portrayed you.
I mean,
wait, Saturday Night Live did a thing on Bubba?
I think
yeah,
so.
they did.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I need to get. Can you find that for me? Let me.
I'll try to. They've been taking it down, but yeah.
After you, they may have taken it down. After you find me.
I already sent you.
Now, I told
Robert Matheson,
I
whatever
told Tom Bean that I was thinking more towards the Jonah Hill deal, and he told told them that. But here's this Matty Matterson guy. Let me here's this Matty Matterson guy.
Oh my God!
And
Why'd you say it like that?
I got a lot of tattoos.
Yes.
Now, that's who they want to play me.
Oh boy.
That picture of him with all the tattoos. Are those all real? He's that tatted up?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's a chef.
And I guess so I'm like,
you look more like Jack Black than him.
Yeah, I mean, so this
guy's kind of hot, Bubba. I mean, don't get into it a little bit.
Listen, you don't hear me say nothing. I said okay. And maybe consider Jonah Hill. But Jonah Hill might be way beyond their price. They might be able to get Matty Matterson for $200,000. Jonah Hill might need $5 million.
Yeah, Jonah Hill's got an Oscar.
Right, you know what I'm saying? You're right. Jonah Hill's got an Oscar. That instantaneously puts your starting point's $5 million.
But he's really skinny now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he probably want to get fat
Yeah,
again.
but I mean, around that time you were on Muscle and Fitness. So.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Okay,
anyway,
sorry.
Hulk Hogan did not think twice about taking legal action if Ben Affleck or Matt Damon go too far in the making of a new movie about a sex tape scandal, according to a new report. Earlier this week, it emerged that Affleck, 51, Damon, 53, had acquired a screenplay about Hogan's infamous legal battle against Gawker, a movie titled Killing Gawker. Affleck is rumored to be playing Hogan. TMZ reports that Hogan, whose real name is Terry Bollea, has no involvement in the film and has not been contacted by Affleck or Damon about the project, and as of now feels indifferent about the project. But all that could change. Hogan, age 70, perceives that that his court-approved privacy is violated in the film, with the site saying he will not hesitate to look into legal options. Now, see, Dan, a lot of times that scares potential movie makers when the people that you're making a movie about have already thrown up lawsuits.
Right.
Because you can throw up a lawsuit that doesn't have any validity, and it still take you $1 million to get out of, right?
Exactly. They become a hindrance. Lawsuits can be very debilitating, even if you win.
So I don't know if they write this movie according to this book, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck because it's just all about it. Really,
it's not about you.
No. It makes Gawker. It makes Gawker the victim, and it actually calls Terry and Peter Thale and Hogan's defense team the conspirators. That's how they're in this book. That's how they're identified, as the conspirators.
I'm surprised that Hogan hasn't taken action
already
against the book. And you haven't taken action against the book. And I think if you guys were to, the movie may not be made.
I kind of want the movie.
If you
I want the movie
book,
to hold on. But here's what I said. I want the movie to be made because there's nothing else left to make me look any dumber than I already do. There's no smidgen of, even if I had a swinging relation, me and my wife swung with General Petraeus, that doesn't necessarily kill me. You know, it's not true. It's not true. But, I mean, I've been buried so bad and been made to be the villain, the sole villain of this whole situation. I've taken the fall for all of it.
All your kinks have been exposed to the world.
Right. Like, what's left?
Well, how many stars would you give Petraeus?
I've never met the guy. But what I'm saying is I kind of want the movie to be made.
Right.
I mean, you know, because you can't bury me any more than I've been buried. Like, there's no ounce of information, you know, that could come out that's going to say, oh my God, I didn't know that about Bubba. I hate him even more than I already hate him. I think people hate me now, like, you know, on a I think when you're on a 10 full of hate, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Saturday Night.
I can't find the full one because they keep pointing.
Let me tell you something, sister, brother. You're gonna feel it.
Is that Heather?
Yes.
And that's me?
Yes.
Tender embrace of Hulkamania.
By the way, that's John Cena playing Hogan.
Banging and banging all week just to make sure you have Hulkasm after Hulkasm after Hulkasm after Hulkasm. Mark this day on your calendar because tonight, in front of the sold-out privacy of this here bedroom, you will be reborn as a Hulkasexual. What you gonna do when the 24-inch pythons run wild on you?
Man, Cena's awesome.
He is awesome. Let me see if you can find.
I've been trying.
Find the entire.
That's what I'm looking for.
Well, they jobbed you out there, Bubba.
Yeah, they put you as a James Van.
But at least you're looking sexy.
This whole thing, no matter who's covered it, no matter what networks covered it, no matter what court tried it, I've been jobbed out every which way. I can't get jobbed out anymore. Like, people don't know the truth. They only know that I am the bad guy. I did anything bad that happened during the Hogan Glock, I did it. Even on stuff I didn't do, I did it. His buddy set him up so that he could broker the tape and sell it so he could retire. He's heard on tape saying he was going to retire on the deal. First of all, if I did say that, Lummy, everybody's reported that at the end of the tape, I turned to Heather and say, if we ever wanted to retire, we could use this tape. I've only seen it printed. I've never heard it, ever. I don't remember saying it. And obviously I didn't do it because I'm still working and he's the one that's retired. Right?
Yeah.
If I would have done what I said, I wouldn't be in the predicament where I am today. So, you know, obviously I was being a smart ass. And obvious, and I just wish for a second I could actually hear it. Because it's been reported, and that's like where everybody thinks they got me on the gotcha moment. Oh, Bubba, guess what? You're on the end of the tape saying that you could retire from this. Yes, I probably did say that in a smart-ass type way, but obviously I didn't retire. It ruined my life. So what about that? So if we could find the long version of that.
I'm looking for it.
I mean, there's no way I get jobbed out more. I mean, so Bubba swung with General Petraeus. Maybe that'll get me a free pass to McDill. I don't know.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Find any footage about
basketball?
Basketball.
I sent it to Lone.
Yeah, I mean it's not like a highlight.
Well, it's something you can play.
Yeah, I need it.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you can.
It's in your messenger, but it might be lost now. But
where's it at?
I'll resend it.
All right.
Hey, kicks for guns, tobacco. Creatine.
How is Affleck going to be Hogan? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, just come on.
I know.
Actually, right now, after watching the Cena thing, they should have Cena be Hogan.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you look pretty good as Hogan.
He fucking nailed it.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Ben Affleck's but how much heat would you get with the boys if Cena, but because Cena's, some people say, that Cena actually surpassed Hogan in what he did for the business. I don't know about that. But
I don't know. They do call him WWE does call him the greatest of all time.
But he's in that conversation.
Hogan
and Cena are arguably,
I think they're going to put Cena ahead just because his record's a little cleaner.
Yeah, now. But if you look what the company was built upon, they built it on Hogan.
It was Hogan, steroids, and Vince McMahon's being a fucking pervert.
And man, so Hogan already says he doesn't really like this film. He's posturing. And so Cena comes and talk about the heel move. Cena comes and plays the fucking role. Hogan's got full hot on the deal.
Just tell me how Ben Affleck could play it and not be a comedy.
No, but fucking Cena could play it.
Cena could. I mean, he already technically did.
Oh, God, Cena would be great. Leonardo DiCaprio would be great.
And here's the deal. Cena knows how to work.
What up, Mitch?
Like, Affleck and Damon, they don't know how to work.
What up, Longer?
So, Lemmy, what are they down by here?
Shit.
This is,
Well, they were down at 17 at what, halftime, I think?
No, but where on this?
I'm not sure.
They were down going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum didn't play again.
Over 10.
They don't show like the score or anything.
Do we have the box score?
Yeah, 95-91. I'll send you the box score.
I want the box, though.
All right.
What's the number to call in? 698869 Bubba?
Yeah, when I don't have things on hold.
Okay.
You got John Cena calling in?
I don't know. Craig's asking for the number.
I sent you the box score, Bubba.
What it do, Blase? Got the podcast up. Tig's Bits out today.
Chaos Possum Racing back again Tuesday.
Oh, Scumbag said, make sure you check your shoes at home, by the way.
They're junk. Yes, I know. They like shoes. Yeah. I know that. When the Costa Rica, we always check our shoes.
I know, just the big one.
Yeah, I checked all of her shoes to make sure she didn't have a scorpion in her shoe. But they're kind of like brown recluses. They like dark underneath clothes,
This is a nocturnal one.
They're nocturnal?
That one is.
That type
What up, Tile Guru?
Hmm?
Is that why they're black?
I guess. I don't know. I was just reading that when you said it. You said nocturnal, like going at night. But it doesn't, it's not going to, like, attack you.
No, it won't attack you unless you step on it.
Dan, thank you for the pancake.
Oh, you're welcome.
Las Vegas Mario, 25. Thank you, Las Vegas Mario.
What a great guy. Can I sponsor Mercy?
USA France Saturday 3:30. Wemby versus America. This is gonna be fucking great.
Go, France.
When is it, buddy?
Saturday 3:30. Gold medal game.
Saturday 3:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Is it the last event of the marathon?
It might be close to it. That would be smart to make that kind of.
Well, breakdancing just started, I think.
Breakdancing is today and tomorrow.
Give me a fucking break.
Is the last event.
A fucking break.
I think it probably all wraps Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Do they do the ceremony Sunday or?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Nine o'clock, Brett Favre talking about his new movie, Concussed. It centers on this Iowa Hawkeye guy who was, I think, heavily concussed, Lummy, and ended up dying.
Yeah, they took his life because of the TTE.
Hasn't the NFL or whoever is investigating this, I think juniors, they've taken like Dave Durison from the Bears, former Notre Golden Domer. I think. Let me see if Dave Durison. I think Dave Durison, former safety of the Chicago Bears, who killed himself. I think he was from Notre Dame, but they've taken him, Junior Seau, and I think maybe a few other former NFL guys that played during the no rules, lead with your head, spear the guy. Let's just be honest. Just up until recently, well, I mean, like 10 years. But, you could literally, Dick Butkus a guy right down to the, you could spear.
That was at all levels, though, Bubba. That wasn't just in the pros. That was in college. That was in high school. That was
exactly.
in Pee Wee.
Oh,
that was the culture.
I mean, the NFL sets precedent as to how everything else runs, and so when your NFL is locking down, then obviously that trickles on down. They don't have. It would be like odd for if in high school you could still spear, right, Lummy?
Yeah.
I mean, So anyway.
Yeah, Dave Durison did with his brain.
But was he from Notre Dame?
Yes, he was.
How about that?
And then Junior Seau shot himself in the chest so he could save his brain.
Right, and so they've gone into, I don't know if you know this, Dan, or not, but they've gone into and analyzed some of these former NFL guys that played in the era of, they didn't really, you could just literally, I mean, other than face masking was the worst thing you could do. Mm-hmm. You could horse collar a guy.
Yep.
You could literally Superman, let me get a 5-yard hard start, and try to time it where you would literally Superman your helmet right into the guy's face.
Yeah.
And snap his neck back. I mean, remember the move that Warren Sapp did on Chad Clifton?
Yeah.
From the Packers.
Well, they show in the trailer of this documentary that Jim McMahon getting
Charles Martin deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Wild West. It was horrible. And so now they've put rules, and as they've tried to protect, they have concussion protocol. Didn't the NFL pay out billions of dollars in a class action settlement from the former players? And maybe it's a question we asked Brett Favre, and that is Brett, did any players get any type of compensation? Or
they did.
$765 million to 18,000 retired players.
Yes, they got thousands.
Hold on, Lummy. What's the let's see what the math.
765.
Hold on, 765 million, right?
Correct.
All right, all right, divided by how many players?
18,000.
18,000. That's 42,000 a guy.
And the cap would be $5 million for some with Alzheimer's and
so the more your condition, the
higher you got.
More, but other than that, you're getting $42,000. Big deal.
Average 42. That's nothing.
Big deal.
I know.
And so they have put on, they have made some. I will commend the NFL in the fact that I like how they've stepped in and they are proactive now on trying to diagnose when a guy has had a hard hit. And Dan, as a doctor, can you take him in the blue tent and within a minute or two determine if he's concussed?
Yes.
For real? Like what's the easiest test of all?
Just start talking to them.
And they'll just,
They don't make sense. And then you do nystagmus, you check their eyes, you check to see if they can hold their hands up correctly with their eyes closed, if they lose their balance.
So if you're concussed, and let's say I'm heavily concussed, and you put me in the blue tent, and you're going, hey, what team will you playing today?
Bears,
I mean,
Lions.
they may not know.
They may not know. As soon as they give you anything less than a perfectly alert answer, anything short of perfection is a concussion.
So
just like if we asked you, Bubba, what'd you do this morning? I drove here. I had this for breakfast. I did this.
I just hold on. I just got some. Don't forget about the pancakes I just got.
I just got my pancakes, and this and this happened. If you
I got Brett Favre coming on at 9.
Right. If you couldn't do that perfectly, something's wrong with you.
Well, Seth can't ever do it perfectly.
But I understand. But the doctor would know the baseline. He knows baseline Seth, who can't do it perfectly. But he knows what Seth's baseline is. And if Seth can't do his baseline perfectly,
ask Seth what a Webb and Yaman card's worth this very second. He'll tell you.
Exactly. And you ask Lummy, what are the odds on the game tonight? I mean, he should know that number. If he doesn't know that number, something's wrong with Lummy.
So the Olympics are slated. I think Seth said 3:30 Saturday is France versus the USA and basketball. The USA, of course, we think of USA. Olympic basketball. We always revert. The first thought of most people are the '92 Dream Team, because I think that was Seth. Was that the first year that they allowed our pros to play?
Yes.
And it was stacked. Right? Like it was stacked.
Well, basketball was massive back then too.
The coach of Serbia said that he coached against the '92 Dream Team, and he said yesterday's team's the greatest team that he's ever seen.
Oh, he's saying
this team now.
Our modern day team?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Larry was long in the tooth. Magic was getting a little long in the tooth,
Jordan was in his prime. So was Barkley.
Yeah, so was Ewing probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Serbia, who has the guy from Denver, right? That's their main dude.
The Joker.
The Joker. Serbia yesterday gave the United States of America... Didn't we choke in 2004? There was one other. We've won at every Olympics except one, and we choked one year, didn't we, Lummy?
Yes, we did. I think 2004 or 2008. I'll look it up.
I think it was 2004. We choked, and it'd be interesting to know what the roster was back at 2004, right?
I feel like there was a time when a ton of people didn't want to go. Now every player wants to be a part of it.
Yeah, I think I remember that too.
Yeah, they won the bronze in 2004.
And who was on the team?
I'm looking at it up right now.
And who beat us? France? So anyway, Webb and Yaman, who's the rookie sensation, the 7'4" shooting center from the San Antonio Spurs, who was the first overall pick, who I think went on to win Rookie of the Year, and is just, he does things that no other 7'4" guy ever in the league does.
It's hard to be that big and be really well coordinated and strong.
He's unbelievable. And last year was his first year in the league. Did you see that his stats almost identical to Larry Bird's rookie stats? Did you see that?
I didn't know.
Yeah, him and Bird. Like, if you look at, I think there's an article that compared Webb and Yaman's rookie year to Bird's rookie year, and they're like within, like, they're very similar.
What was the 04
What was the 04
team.
roster?
I just sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
And who they lost to Puerto Rico, Lithuania, and Argentina.
We lost. The 04 team lost to
Puerto Rico in the opening by 19.
All right, so we had Allen Iverson, Stephen Mulberry, Dwayne Wade, Carlos Boozer, Kamaro Anthony, LeBron James, Okafor, Sean Mary, Stoudemire, Tim Duncan, Lamar Odom, Richard Jefferson. I mean, that's a pretty stacked team, isn't it?
No, that team shouldn't have lost.
You got Iverson, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and LeBron James,
and Tim Duncan.
That you guys just blew it. Well, probably because of Larry Brown. He's the biggest ass bucket ever to be in the league. That guy. How many?
All of them.
Yeah,
Wasn't he a coach of the Pacers?
Yes.
Yeah.
I literally think Larry Brown may have coached for at least 3/4 of the league.
I kind of like the way he went about things. He would go coach a team. He would quit about halfway through the year, and then you would think he was done with coaching, and then next year he'd come back with a new team.
Right. And then he'd pull one out of his ass one year where he made the playoffs and went to to the second round, and then that team would be like, oh, man, we got the real Larry Brown, and they give him a 2-year extension, guaranteed Willie, and then he'd crap the bed the next 2 years. Yeah. So anyway, the 04 team just choked. Let's just be honest, Lummy. You got Iverson and Wade as your guards. You got LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony as your forward, and you got Stoudemire or Tim Duncan as your center. Please, you should be buzzsawing people. That's just them not caring. So last night, the United States, we're supposed to win. We're 5-0. And Serbia is 3-2, but Serbia's got the Joker from Denver, who I think is a 2-time MVP-er, is he not?
Yes.
The last 2 years, he's been the MVP. And he's this dude. He's kind of like a Wembanyama, but he's just a little bit shorter. He's like 7'1", but he can do all the things that Wembanyama does, and even better, because he's been in the league a little bit. He's thicker.
Yeah,
he's good as hell.
Supposedly he doesn't even like playing basketball.
He hates it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate radio. So I'm just saying. So going into the fourth quarter last night, I think Serbia had a 13-point lead. Going into the fourth quarter. First quarter, we score 23, they score 31. Second quarter, we score 20, they score 23. Third quarter, we score 20, they score 22. That to me, I think that adds up to 13. Going into the fourth quarter, we're down 13, but we scored 32 and held them to 15 and eked out a 96-91 finish.
I guess they went, 0 for 15 from the three-point line in the fourth quarter.
I got somebody calling me right now. Hey, it's the Bubba Show. We're live on the air. How can I help you?
Hey, Bubba, it's Jose from Sunbelt Rentals. I got a lift coming towards you area.
Oh, yeah. Do you need to get in the gate?
No, not yet. We'll just call ahead to give you about a heads up, about 30 minutes to get there, okay?
Okay, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So, I thought it was a collection call.
I know. Well, thank you, Sunbelt.
Do we need to move cars?
What's that?
Do we need to move cars?
No, we'll be good. Then we'll back it up right by the basketball court.
Okay.
Dan, if there's a slot along the line, I'd probably take it. I just don't want
moving around. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Lummy, we're not talking about your $18,000 worth, hand-me-down S10. We're talking about.
It wasn't hand-me-down. I bought that thing straight out.
Oh, sorry. It looks like hell, though, buddy.
Oh, listen, when you buy,
it looks like it might have been your dad's hand-me-down car from his, friend.
Well,
I mean, you got to beat to hell.
Yeah, I know. Well,
my truck's 6 years old and it's mint.
Yeah, but I bought mine. I rolled off the dealership with 1 mile and 0 owed on it.
It looks like there's about 500,000 miles on it now.
It does.
So, Dan, during the break, yes.
Pull up like next to Mach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, there's going to be a semi rolling in here with a big high reach. There's just something. I don't want it to flatten over your Lamborghini. Did you drive the Lambo today?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, the United States, they eked out a win last night against Serbia, 95-91. The big matchup now is France-based Wembanyama team taking on. Is this for gold, Seth?
Yeah, in their home country.
Oh, I mean, the stage is set for an upset, is it not?
Well, they said the stage is set for Wembanyama to start writing his GOAT story.
Really?
It starts with knocking off the Dream Team.
Yeah, that does start your GOAT story, right?
I think so.
And within your rookie year, you knock off the Dream Team and on the dream team is what is considered today's GOAT, LeBron James.
For sure.
Right? So that kind of, when you beat the GOAT as a rook, does that not kind of make you the next GOAT?
Well, I don't know if, as far as like LeBron being 40 and Wemby being 19 and it being the Olympics, I don't know if that means he surpasses him, but it definitely, he's living up to the hype so far, which was very hard to do.
I mean, in basketball, if we were to be intellectually honest, there's like 4 GOATs. There really is. Like I just saw an article with Michael Jordan yesterday, and Michael Jordan was so humble. He was like, a lot of people call me the GOAT. He goes, but I won 6 championships. Bill Russell won 11. Different era, and he said different eras.
Yeah, but Michael Jordan retired.
I know, but I'm just saying, Michael Jordan. What? Michael Jordan was very humble about it, so I think that but he
didn't say LeBron though, did he? He said Bill Russell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But here's the deal.
Because you know why? Jordan never lost an Olympic game. LeBron did.
Or NBA Finals.
Listen, I come from the school of Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time, no matter what generation you look at. That's the school that I come from.
Me too.
Now LeBron might be too. But man, I mean, different eras had different deals, and so I mean, if you're, you could say there was the Bill Russell GOAT era, there was the Magic and Larry GOAT. I think both of them are equally, that was that era where they were the greatest of all time, and then you got the Michael Jordan era, and then you had the LeBron James era. Now, if
it's like boxing, Bob, but it's difficult to compare.
Yeah, it's difficult to compare. I mean, Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson because you never saw it.
Versus Rocky Marciano.
Right, versus Rocky Marciano.
Or one of those two twins, the giant twins from England that really were probably better than all of them.
Yeah, you can't compare it. But
Klitschko's?
I mean, if I did have to say, okay, there's a gun to your head and you got to pick. You have your eras of Bill Russell, Magic and Larry, LeBron James being the last one, and Michael Jordan being the one before that, and you just absolutely have to pick one, not based on championships, not based on anything other than just ability and watching this person play the game.
So you pick Jordan.
No, I pick Jordan.
Seth, who do you pick?
Jordan.
Lummy?
Oh, Jordan.
Rhett?
He might be. He's
Sorry?
the seven.
I'm here.
Who do you feel is the all-time greatest NBA basketball player?
Michael Jordan.
There you go. Macho Man, does he even know anything about basketball?
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't care.
Chamberlain.
My favorite's Kurt Rambis. Yeah, dig it.
How I love Kurt Rambis.
Remember Kurt Rambis? He was that white dude who was just good enough to be in the league.
He was a Dennis Rodman of his day.
No, he was.
The rebound king, Kurt Rambis.
Kurt Rambis. Don't even think about comparing him to Dennis. I'm sorry, Dennis Rodman. There is no way. That is no comparison. Dennis Rodman was probably the greatest rebounder of all time. Kurt Rambis, look at this.
Kurt Rambis had the goggles. That's all he had.
Yeah, and he was pretty good looking. Looked like a big overgrown surfer dude. Oh. That's it. He got high. Him and Bill Walton. Like, Lummy, you can't compare Dennis Rodman to Kurt Rambis, you buffoon.
Rebounds per game?
Yeah, give me stats right now. Give me stats right now.
I'm looking them up right now.
Is Kurt Rambis in the Hall of Fame? No.
Is Dennis Rodman in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, well.
I think I just dropped the mic on your ass. I mean, for real. I don't think we need to look any further. I dropped the mic on your ass.
I guess so. I mean, Rambis.
Rodman's in the Neesmith Pro Hall of Fame. Kurt Rambis will never scratch the Hall of Fame.
No,
it's easy to win when you got Kareem and everybody else on the.
I do want to hear the Ram. I've never seen a Rambis stand before, so it's what were his stats?
Right. Seth's like, man, Seth,
he can't even find the stats.
Seth, are you kind of dancing with me on this one? Like,
he averaged 6 rebounds a game.
Okay, how many?
6.
Okay, and how many did Dennis Rodman average?
I don't know. They haven't showed that yet.
Like 12. I guarantee you Dennis Rodman averaged double digits rebounds per game. I'd lay my life on it.
Oh, no.
How many?
8.7.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Bubba.
So let me shoots me.
No.
Oh.
He averaged 2 more than Dennis. But I mean, he was Kurt Rambis with his goggles.
How many championships did he win?
Ooh,
3?
Yeah.
Or 2?
I think it was 3.
How many of the Pistons?
Oh, you know where he's from, Bubba? You should be a mark for the guy. Where do you think he's from, Bubba?
Indiana?
Yeah.
What part?
What city?
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know.
Terre Haute.
Oh, no.
No way.
Yeah, he was born in
Kurt
Terre
Rambis
Haute,
is from
Indiana.
Terre Haute, Indiana?
Yeah.
What if Larry knows that?
Probably. They're probably best friends.
Rodman was all NBA first defensive team 7 times and won defensive player of the year twice.
But Kurt Rambis is from Indiana.
Hold on. Now, did you hear those accolades? So one more time, Seth. One more time.
He was first team all defense 7 years, and then for 2 years he was the defensive player of the year.
Okay, other than Terre Haute, Indiana, where he was born, can you give me any other accolades?
Wait, we were talking about Rodman. Now you're talking about somebody else.
Now we're talking about Kurt Rambis, yes.
Okay. But he was giving Rodman stats, right?
Yes, those are Rodman stats.
He was a Greek Cup winner in 1981.
Greek Cup winner.
And his number was retired from Santa Clara Broncos.
Okay.
Rodman has been named one of the top 75 players of all time, according to the NBA.
Kurt Rambis is white.
and from Terre Haute.
That's right.
Let me go into words, so I'll be on time.
Yes, you will.
And we'll do the Travis Scott stuff next. Travis Scott's scared of the cops. And didn't he just get arrested in Paris last night? Just right before the show started?
He was at the basketball game yesterday going crazy, and then he's out there getting arrested.
Yeah, well, Travis Scott got arrested in the Olympics last night. We'll cover it.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hold on, this is the one that we just had? Or
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
showing. I don't know. It's showing. I don't know why.
Why now, so hold on. We're so hurting for entertainment on the weather deal that we have to show past shit?
Well, it's saying forecast. I don't know.
I don't know, Macho, but Red found we found the John Cena one, the Hulk Hogan.
Okay, get it to me.
I messaged you.
Nope, I need it on an email.
Okay.
You smell me walk in?
Me?
No, Bubba.
Yeah, of course I did.
I was just waiting for you to say it. I try to keep the same smell for you.
I got to get this book to you.
Okay.
Because this new Ben Affleck, Matt Damon movie calling Killing Gawker.
Yeah.
It was based on Brian Matroni has the book right now.
Yeah.
But I read it, and the movie that they're making is based on this book, by Ryan Holiday.
Yep.
And it I can see where Hogan has probably already read it or his counsel has, and they're throwing. They've already. I don't know if you heard us on the story.
Throwing heat on them.
They're already saying, "Man, you better watch your ass, and we'll sue you." Well, I read the motherfucker, and they take a lot of liberties that, even if you're a public figure or not. Like for instance, they say in the book that me and Heather swung with General Petraeus. They say that.
Not that there was a rumor of that?
No, they say it.
You hear Dan moving his car?
I sure do.
Yeah, but they say that. Now, I mean that could be liable, couldn't it?
I have to look at the statement, but I'll look at it all. But you know one thing that's really illustrative about these types of cases is MJ paid for his, Peter Thiel paid for Hulk Hogan's. Every one of these plaintiffs' cases that ever get significant teeth are financed by somebody because they take years. Which is why we were blessed to be able to defend you like that.
Yeah,
I had
and here's the thing, Jim.
The ability to
Here's
do
the thing.
that.
I don't really give a fuck if they print it or not because you can't make me look. I mean, I'm our own worst witness because I would testify that I don't really give a fuck and I don't think it changes people's opinion about me. I've already been buried so fucking bad. Anything.
Right.
I would only sue somebody if they called me like it's something to do with kids.
Right.
Like,
But this makes it topical and relevant to talk about.
Right.
It couldn't be a better time for you to try to set the record straight.
Right.
And so the reason, you know,
you know what? We might even send them a legal letter saying we're not looking to sue or we just want a correction.
But if you want to consult, how about that?
Yeah,
Do you want us to correct anything?
Yeah, we would like a consulting fee to correct some of the inaccuracies because nobody knows this more so than your client.
Yeah.
He knows this story better than anybody.
And then I could answer those couple of questions, like literally, like, you know, just talk to somebody and say,
All right, so,
okay, it didn't happen in a marital settlement agreement. That's a lie. You can take that out. It's an irrelevant part. He did have possession. It was in his office. It did get taken. But the precursor to that's irrelevant. It's not true. The portray stuff, not true. And then we could put a list of things together and I could get them to take it all out.
Right.
And then they could say, you know, consulted with Bubba the Love Sponge on this. Did that other guy ever call you before he published his book, Leary, whatever that kid's name was?
No.
See, what happened to those days? I thought you had to do that. It's in the computer. I've got those on this page right now.
Metro said you put it to the background. It just goes, Favre signed on already.
Oh, okay.
But he just was making sure the link worked. So.
All right. So as far, can he hear us? You think?
No, he's not out of his chair right now.
Oh, okay,
so,
good.
But he'll be ready to go.
Can you help me get this? Yeah, this screen working.
So, all right, sure.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
All right, so Jay has joined us with his high karate.
Good morning.
Dan, I know that Jay does not wear high karate. He wears some really,
karate.
He wears some real expensive, bougie type of men's colognes. I know, like maybe a Creed, some type of deal like that. I know that Jay does. He's very much into watches. Jay very much accessorizes. He probably accessorizes better than you do, Dan.
Often he does.
I mean, I think he has a little better of a watch collection than you do.
Yep.
And, so anyway.
But what are you wearing?
Hold on.
It's Versace.
But no matter what it is, it's high. Everything that Jay wears is, to me, I'm going to call high karate.
It's my son got it for me. He liked the flavor and as the scent. It was something we found in my dad's bathroom when he died, and so that's the background story.
Oh,
it's my dad's. I swear to God, it's my dad's. It's my dad's
Would
smell.
you stop with that?
How do you like
please?
it now?
How do you like me now? You know that shuts me right on down to zero.
That's right.
I cannot
That was Dad's?
besmirch.
Yeah.
No, don't believe that, Danny.
FX Mercenary doesn't
Danny,
Mike Thurman, $20
unless you saw Jay take it from Pops' shelf and you know Pops had it on the shelf, you don't know if that really is if Pops' stuff or not. Am I right?
His bottle still?
I
You haven't replaced it?
I have the used bottles under my thing, and I replaced it.
Oh, okay.
My family replaced it for me for Father's
There's a
Day.
little flim-flammy there,
No, there's
Dan.
not.
It's the same scent, though.
Absolutely.
You're just taking his word for it.
I mean,
Why would I lie
wouldn't I?
about my dead dad?
I'm just saying. You know that
That's
trumps.
not me.
No, Jay. You know that trumps me. Like it shuts me right on down. I can't go any further with it.
Okay.
Because Daddy Joe is like, that's sacred ground for me. I love that man. You know what I'm saying? I hold that man in the highest of regards. And so when we start, and you go, don't make fun of my high karate. It's my dad's.
It's my dad's high karate.
I can't.
It's Old Spice.
I can't even come back with it. Even if it was Joe's Brute, I'd have to just shut up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, hey, this is Joe's Brute. I'd have to be like, okay, it's Daddy Joe's, man.
We call this the seed.
So anyway, listen.
when I start wearing my mom's Tigress, you can start messing with me.
Okay. Steve would do that. So I know our cameras are a little behind here, but I just had the biggest conundrum right now, and like a lot of time when we go to commercials, we have 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Those that are visually watching us on our visual channels and Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, X, in the very they can see they can see us and how we candidly talk, and we're not on the air, so we're running a little bit looser. So I often do stuff here, like I have my own little can of water here, and I got this moisturizer face spray that I try to put on my face a couple times. That's why my face kind of always looks a little. Some people call it greasy. Maybe I'm just trying to be greasy. I'm trying to be a greasy Italian when they come in, but I always just like to keep my face moisturized. I figured if I'm going to sit here at 4 or 5 hours a day, I might as well moisturize.
Right. Exactly. Don't want to be dry.
Right. So, I mean, Dan, listen, I just most recently got some Botox from you, and my face very, 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 and I think I
wake up with it 3 days a week.
And you said to me when I was laying on your table, man, you're aging well. You don't have a lot of crow's feet.
Nope.
Like, I haven't had a facelift or any surgeries like that.
No, you're the face of a 35-year-old.
So, well, thank you, Dad. So one thing, Lummy, that I have is and they're my favorite. As we become brand specific, Seth with his core water, Lummy, I'm sure there's a preferred vodka that you have.
Oh, of course, whatever's cheap.
What's that?
Yeah, whatever's cheap.
Sam's choice.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, one thing from staring at a computer screen as much as I do, I have Blink gel eye drops, and I have them behind my moisturizer here, and like once a day, Lummy, I'll put drops in my eyes, okay? Well, my bottle, somehow, I don't know if it's a rat or what, but the corner of my bottle, and I'm going to put it up to the camera, the corner of my bottle has been...
It's a rat.
I think...
Or a scorpion.
No, it's a rat. I dealt with one of those
scorpion
yesterday.
damage.
So, I mean, I know we got all rat traps deployed.
Oh, gnarly.
So listen to this, Dan. I have the bottle, and I have it turned so that the logo's not facing me. And I keep trying to put eye drops. I don't know, though, that this hole is here. Okay? So
you shaking it?
So, so I don't know. So I undo the lid, and I go to put it in, and it just... pours down me, and I'm like, so I look at the top of it, and I'm like, okay, well the top's okay, mate, okay, whatever, and I still don't recognize the hole in it
because it's on the other side.
Right. So I go to the other side, and then I'm like, what in the hell is? And so the entire board here is wet. I'm getting paper towels and trying to wipe up, and I'm like, what is wrong with my bottle? And then I look at I turn it around, and there's been a rat. Lummy, they're that hungry that they're trying to eat
to get to the water.
You know what, Dan?
There's water. There's fluid.
Lummy, they probably have eaten some of our poison, and they're so thirsty because that's how they water.
It makes them thirsty.
Yes, that's what the rat poison does. Is it makes them so thirsty, and they dehydrate themselves, and they end up dying before they can find any water.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, well,
hey, they're rats.
Yeah, no.
I'm part of PETA. I mean, I'm sorry. I got to get rid of my rats. Am I supposed to catch the rats and then take them outside?
Set them free.
I mean,
No, I think starving them and watching them die is the way to go.
They're not starving, Seth. These things are.
Dehydrating.
Good.
What are we doing about this situation, Bubba? I mean, I know it's one thing to have rats running around, but when they're up here on the dais, it feels like this is a sacred area.
It is, and that's why I'm gonna have to put some traps up here over the weekend.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, obviously this rat has gotten in this little nook cranny gimmick, found my Blink eye drops, ate the corner of it.
You should keep them in the fridge, by the way. Cold eye drops feel so much better on your eyes. They
Even
do.
in your fridge right next to you.
And you have one next to you, and rats can't get into the fridge, hopefully.
No, they can. If we get rats that get
teach
in
them how
the
to open
fridge,
it?
no, they're that
big.
We
Towel on the handle.
we got Macho Man rats running around here. I mean, we do have a gym here, so the rats can work out at night, right?
Right.
Not doing rat workouts.
Got into his steroids.
Yeah.
You got like 6-foot rats.
I got rats sitting in my massage chair. I mean, they're having when we leave the building. building, man. The rats are probably having one hell. They probably have their own show, the Rat Show. They probably turn on the equipment. They're going. One rat's like, man, I just got some eye drops. Ew.
Like that Pets show. As soon as the owners leave, they're partying.
Yeah. So anyway, I had a big eye drop caper that I just did, and let me. So I need to we need to round up the rat traps. I know we got a couple that were there. We got some set, but we can set some more, and need to set them up over the weekend here in the studio. Maybe we can catch one.
Hopefully.
Travis Scott says, I'm scared of the cops. Lummy, didn't he just get arrested in Florida?
And before this?
In Miami Beach?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, Travis was arrested back in June for disorderly intoxication and trespassing after police said that they were called to a marina near Miami Beach where Scott was arguing with a yacht worker. So what was Travis like, man, you ain't taking care of my yacht, or was like what?
He's probably on his big giant yacht yelling at someone. That's BS.
Well,
it's kind of pimp.
Is it that, or did someone maybe take him on a charter and charge him too much? I mean, it could be 1,000 things.
Right.
We have no idea. We have no idea.
Next thing you know, he rents the yacht for a day to have all big booty shake girls on there and shoot some Instagram footage. And next thing you know, he comes in. The guy's like, yeah, that's $110,000, and Travis Scott's like, bitch, you told me it's only going to be $75,000. Yeah, but you did some damage here and there, and some scuff marks here and there, and somebody puked on the carpet. So
is he that good of a rapper?
I saw him in concert. He was awesome.
In the video, cops escort Travis away from the boat and let him leave, but he comes back to the yacht to grab his belongings, and that's when cops intercept him, and he gets scared. Well, I mean,
the one in Florida is a misdemeanor.
TMZ broke the story. The prosecutors on Thursday dropped the disorderly intoxication charge against Travis, but the state of Florida is moving forward with a misdemeanor trespassing charge.
I mean,
come on,
yeah,
come on, on a dock of a yacht. Where was he trespassing? I mean,
did he charter the yacht? I mean, did he just get done with his charter? Why is his belongings there? So he had something to do with that yacht. Like he was on it. He was a guest on it. He had chartered it. Why would he be trespassing?
And now they're
his yacht's welcome, but he's not.
And the other thing is,
I don't.
And the other thing is, like, if the one municipality. The one charging agency dropped the worse of the two charges. Why are you tic-tacking him with the little tic-tacker? Because the trespassing was the tic-tacker. Probably the disorderly intoxication, public intoxication charge was a greater charge than trespassing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
One might be, I don't know, but they're both tic-tacky. So if one of the agency dropped the first why doesn't the second one drop the second tic-tac?
No doubt.
Maybe they will.
Well, now he's in a French prison, so.
That's scary because they don't have the same laws we have.
Yeah, the habeas corpus.
The same rights.
They don't have to charge
corpus,
you.
Travis Scott arrested at a Paris hotel after altercation with a security guard, prosecutors say. Is this guy just a dick? I'm thinking maybe the boat deal might have been a misunderstanding, and maybe a yacht guy was trying to take advantage of it. Maybe, and Travis was like, hell to the no, and you ain't gonna do this. But this here, man.
Well, he was fighting his bodyguard first, and then the security guard was trying to break them up.
If you can't even go to the Olympics and not cause problems, when people are just there, with the common cause of the people that you travel with, probably have the same common cause as you do, and that is go USA. I mean, right? It's the only thing that we're not divided on. Everything in our whole entire world. Okay, you're a Republican, I'm a Democrat. You believe in abortion, I don't. None of us can agree on nothing, but we all agree on one thing. For the most of, but you'd be a real hater if maybe the Olympics have trolls too, where USA people pull for China.
Well, I know a lot of people boycotted the Olympics because they were so upset by the opening ceremonies, and so I think viewership is overall probably down compared to last time.
But I'm saying, even if you don't watch it, you don't want Jamaica to beat your country. You want your country. I mean, the one thing that we can, for the most part, agree upon is that we all are pulling for. Hey, whether the girl's white or black or tall or fat, we're pulling. I even pulled for the Team USA shot putter girls, and have you seen them? They're hideous.
Yeah. They are, but they're good.
But they're good, and I'm pulling for them. So how do you get arrested at the Olympics?
Well, why would you try to fight your own bodyguard? That seems like that's a loss before it even happens. And I guess he was just so drunk, so they threw him in a cell and they're letting him sober up before they question him.
Rapper Travis Scott was arrested at a Paris hotel after an altercation with a security guard. The arrest occurred after police were called to the George V?
Yeah, George the Fifth.
George the Fifth Hotel. Boy, that just sounds expensive. Can you imagine what a
I
night
said
there?
I was thinking. Yeah, I can't afford that. I can just afford the George III Hotel.
Hold on,
Maybe the first.
even the doctors and the lawyers on the show that just arrived in Lamborghinis and Ferraris respectfully said that a night at the George V might be a little salty for them too.
Especially Olympic week.
Early Friday. Nicknamed Travis Scott for violence against a security guard.
But what is that? With violence against, is it verbal violence? Is it physical? You know what I mean? It's
according
like,
to the statement from the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office, the hotel security guard had intervened in an altercation between the rapper and his own bodyguard. All right, so this security guard's just trying to break him and his boy up.
Yeah.
The rapper was in Paris for the Olympics, watched the USA rally over Serbia in the men's basketball game. Scott's one of the biggest names of hip-hop, whose birth name is, Jacquez Webster. Has more than 100 songs that have made the Billboard 100 and released 4 singles that top the chart. Sicko, Highest in the Room, The Scotts, and The Franchise. So, Lummy, he's in jail right now.
Yeah, in France.
It literally says that he is being held, and it says the most, for quote, unquote, unspecified violence against the guard. And so you can be held in France for as long as they want without any right to an attorney, without habeas corpus, without a constitution. And so right now, this dude, who knows what he's going through.
Do we need to find? Do we have any French prisoners that we need to give up for Travis Scott?
We do need a prisoner swap for him.
Yeah, we got to get Travis Scott back immediately before the closing ceremonies.
I mean, Kamala could really, really skyrocket up the urban charts if she, gave a couple of Frenchmen to get Travis back, right?
She sure would.
I mean, that'd be a hell of a press conference. Hey, I'm Kamala. I usually talk in word salad type deals, but here's a deal that I just made. I got me and Joe. Joe doesn't really do anything. I called up over there at the Olympics, and Travis Scott's currently headed back on his private Gulfstream 650, and we gave up 3, very corrupt Frenchmen that we caught spying on our country.
Exactly. 3 for 1 is fair.
We caught 3 men that were the largest, human traffickers in the history of the world. We let them go so that we could have Travis Scott back. Great trade.
It looks like Paris said that he's still sobering up before they are able to talk to him.
Right.
That means they have him in a drunk tank and they're not giving him anything. We know someone personally who was in one of those rooms for 36 hours.
Hold on. Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We know personally. I think it's kind of an interesting story.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Uncle Nick.
Yeah, Uncle Nick.
Well, he was with a girl, and she jumped out
of basically George V Hotel, or the equivalent thereof. They were in an argument, and he blew her off and went to bed, and she took a head.
No,
dive.
he left.
Oh, he left.
He left the hotel.
All right.
Tell the story.
And she jumped out the window.
The balcony?
The balcony, and landed on the ground and almost killed herself. Should have killed herself. She was in a coma for 2 days. She was trying to commit suicide, or at least do one hell of a suicide gesture. Left a note.
Blaming him?
No, not blaming him. But when he gets back to the hotel, boom, immediately arrested. They throw him in jail. Doesn't have access to anybody except for random prisoners they put in there, trying to befriend him to get him to
Was this in
admit.
our country or another country?
No, it's in France.
It's in Paris.
This is in Paris. This is the French.
Okay.
This is why we're telling it. It's a
Right.
French prison, and in that French prison, they denied him any kind of civility that you would get in America.
Like no phone call to your
Bathroom
lawyer?
phone call. Nothing. No, nothing. And the whole time, they knew she had a note and did not blame him, and they still tried to convict him of murder
and tried to set him up.
Well,
that's
to
okay,
admit
because
it.
if Uncle Nick was still in prison, we'd finally be getting him back because we're sending Travis Scott back.
That's it.
Lemmy, we got Favre next?
Yes, we do.
All right, perfect.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Ireland? I think to Ireland, and he got from Paris to Ireland, and then he never went to Europe again. Yep.
Bubba, may I approach?
Yes. And then this is what medically they're. Here's, but read that. That's from. I make her write me one of those every day and ask the doctor what.
What up, 305? I think we're gonna skip that one, Sleepy. What's up, 305?
I still think though that her lungs are not gonna come back.
I mean, is that what that says?
It just says they're trying to tune her up as much as possible and get her as healthy as so everything's better except her lung. That's what
What
they're
up,
trying to do.
Abe?
Trying to isolate. Just her lungs fucked up.
Like yesterday, that one of the specific surgeries they did was, I guess there's a part of the heart that services the lung,
Yeah, the right side.
and so they were going to take that out and bypass it so that the machine serviced the heart.
They were going to take the whole right side of the heart out
and take the right side of the heart out.
Wow.
And
Are they gonna do a lung transplant or just a lung transplant?
Lung.
Not a heart lung?
No, but they wanted to hit their
Access.
They wanted the heart is still, before they rewired it, was still trying to take care of the lung.
Right, it's
So
still
they bring a
pushing.
tube in there and they go like this, where this.
Is it gonna kill the lung though?
No, I don't.
Does it damage the lung
No,
further
but
by doing that?
I don't know, bud. I don't know.
They didn't have lung transplants when I was in medical school. That's how new it is. They just started doing them in the last 20 years.
Yeah. So this is.
Scary. I'm sorry.
This is some real next level shit, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
I mean,
it really is.
It's unheard of.
Lummy's a hell of a guy. Guy's coordinating Brett Favre. He's got Average Joe out there.
Sunbelt Rental.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
He's just unbelievable.
He's
kind of like the concierge / executive producer / handler /
We call that a Renaissance man.
Well,
He's
yeah,
a Renaissance
you've
man.
really somehow put like 8 jobs under his one umbrella.
Right, goats.
And he's doing it.
Yeah, let me.
Goats.
Okay, buddy. You good?
Yeah, I was just here. So.
You just got so many things you're juggling. Say it, lover. But you're juggling them well.
Seth was peeing out there. We were having a good conversation.
Don't say what we were talking about, though.
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Of course. See, I should mic up the fucking wall. I can only imagine what kind of conversations
Oh,
going on.
that's easy to do. Put those DJ eyes on your chest. Those little microphones.
You gotta get your job done.
Sometimes when you're peeing,
It's like phones in the freezer. What's that thing called? They're unloading your equipment, Bubba.
What?
They're unloading your equipment.
Okay.
It's not called a cherry picker. What's it called?
It's called a jib.
A jib?
J-I-B.
Okay.
On the job sites, that's what they call
That's a jib?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a high reach.
Lassie, what are you doing using wheel analogies? You said you're the axle.
30 seconds to try to get this to work or no? What?
I asked Marsha.
I don't know what
Is it the actual computer?
Jay, you come over here in 15 to 20 minutes. I'll just
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Hey, Bubba, I'll quietly leave about quarter after, okay? Let Jay slide in.
Okay.
You got more important things right now.
Not to be disruptive.
It's fine. Yeah, don't worry about me.
I don't know why it's not working.
I'll do it on my phone for a second. I'll just sit and dance.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
we got to get that chair.
Listener supported Sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, we're waiting for Brett Favre.
He's a professional. He knows 9 o'clock is not there yet.
Let me. I have to kind of. I have to minimize this here. I got to because I got to get the wiki and the information about the movie you sent me is behind. Can you resend it to me?
Of course, yeah.
Because I can put it on a different screen and refer to it.
But this is gonna be wild when Brett Favre just sits in the chair and he just appears like
Yeah.
he's getting ready to do a concert.
Yeah, and you'd be like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" It's Brett Favre. I was out there weed whacking a little bit, and I figured it was about damn near 9 o'clock, and I knew I had to talk to some sodbusters from Florida to promote my concussion movie. So how you doing? What's going on? I guarantee you, when Favre steps up, he's gonna have like sunburn cheeks and nose because he's been out working all day. Or
Cheap Charlie 21520.
He's been out.
You think he's in the
working.
yard already?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's probably already.
I think he has a tractor. He gets out there.
I think he's got more than one tractor, Lummy. I think Brett Favre's got multiple tractors.
A fleet, would you say?
I don't know. It'd be interesting to.
How many tractors does a man need?
Lummy, did you resend me
I'm
that?
trying to get to it. I'm sorry. Do you want the trailer or?
Oh, here it is, right here. Here, I got it.
Oh,
right
the
now.
trailer. Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted the trailer for the, but yeah.
Let me see here. I just need to find out. That's about the movie's about Tyler mostly, isn't it? Lummy.
From the trailer, it looks like Favre, I believe, was the executive producer of it. So
Yeah.
he's in it a good amount. Him, Jim McMahon.
Concussed.
You talk about Tyler Sash.
The American Dream.
Yeah.
Lummy, we had Felix with $50.
Thank you.
Felix Barajas.
That's his herpes, $20.
And just standing by for Brett Favre.
Do you think Brett Favre?
I gotta ask him about his fleet. What type of fleet he's got?
Bubba, do you think that Brett Favre would play quarterback in the Olympics in 4 years for the flag football team?
He'd probably kill it too. He'd be the best.
We need to ask him that. We need to ask him that. The 2028 games in LA.
Yeah, because he could do it almost without getting touched.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't have to move.
I don't think. Yeah, it's just straight throwing laser. I wonder. You think Brett can still? Brett can still throw laser beams?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes. Is there any kind of rush in that flag football? Because there's so many different rules with different types of leagues.
There's not. I don't think there's a rush. I think there's a guy that can stay at the line of scrimmage and put his hands up.
I think he's got to count too. It's like it seems like it's kind of
count.
It seems like it's kind of like backyard rules.
And that's what Favre's all about.
Right now, we're so fixated on the breakdancing that's happening at the Olympics that we haven't fully been able to dive into flag football in 4 years. But I think getting somebody like Brett Favre back there would really amp up interest in
Yeah,
it.
he's got the copper fit on his elbow.
Right. Put the copper fit on there, Brett. You can get some back-end endorsement money on that. You tell Copperfit, hey, Copperfit, I know you're paying me $5 million a year now, but if I'm the head quarterback for the 2028 flag football Olympic team, that's we're gonna have to put a
We'll put Antonio Freeman out there on the side. I mean, we'll make him feel comfortable.
Him and Jerry Rice.
Yeah, I don't know if Jerry can
Jerry's
still.
another copper fit guy. So
You think Jerry can still?
Oh yeah.
Jerry.
You think Jerry still got the skill set that Brett does?
Yeah, and bring Dion out there too.
Dion.
Put him up against Doug Flutie and get some new eugenics out there.
Actually, you could just bring the 91 Falcons because the 91 Falcons had Brett Favre, Deion Sanders, and Andre Rison. So that's all you need, Lummy, right there.
There you go.
Andre's just not trying to get his house not burned down. But left and
I
isn't
think she's
left.
dead.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Burn his house down.
I think R.I.P. on Brett Favre getting off the tractor and getting his ass in here. The first thing I'm going to bust his balls. I'm like, hey, Brett, we love you to death, but I mean, I know that you made really good money. But, I mean, can't you get a better backdrop than that?
Oh, come on!
I mean, you're telling me to get a watch.
That's a gunslinger backdrop right there. Look at that.
Yeah, but if he opens those blinds, it's probably a beautiful view behind him.
Oh, I'm sure I'm sure there's an immaculate land. Maybe we should ask to open. Hey,
but you got
exactly.
You have pictures of halfway strangers behind you rotating. I mean, we all have different backgrounds here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
there's a guy that showed 40 times. I asked you who he was. You said you don't even know.
I know, but Brett Favre's backdrop looks like a prison in Moscow.
That's
literally the Zoom chair that Travis Scott's zooming back to America in right now in a Paris prison. This is a Paris prison backdrop.
Dave Mars 20, Mike Thurman 20.
Right?
Yes.
Like, Brett, man, get a chair that, is that your mom's hand-me-down?
I don't know, Bubba. It could be like from his dad or something.
Yeah, it could have been his dad. It could have been his dad's chair.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't the last time somebody talked to a chair? It was at Clint Eastwood at the Republican National Convention.
Hey, this is a Brett Favre interview. Now Brett is
Brett's chair. Just directed to Brett's chair.
But here's the thing: Brett's actually hooked on to us. So Brett has already jumped through the hoop.
Oh, he got on early, 8:30.
Yeah. So Brett just, he's responsibly, already we're live into Brett Favre's, house somewhere outside of somewhere in Mississippi. We have a live video feed of Brett Favre's chair and backdrop, and Brett Favre is somewhere around here because he signed on, but we just don't know where. Maybe Brett Favre is so concussed.
Playing that racing game on the toilet.
No, he may have forgot. You know what I'm saying? He may have turned it on and got busy. You know.
I mean, that's what the whole concussed movie is about, too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, it's only been 3 minutes, Bubba.
Favre could be like, I'm just going to tell you right now that right there is another version of being concussed when you cannot remember time or your interviews.
Well, it's better than a bookshelf, though, filled with books you've never read. This is at least his house.
Hey, at least we know we're looking into Brett Favre's office right now. Okay? That's all I really need. I'm such a Brett Favre fan. Please.
Lummy, you freaked out a little bit?
No, not at all. The first one I was, but not this one, because he signed on early.
Backup got better.
Hold on.
It says he can't hear us.
Right, hold on.
This chair's cool.
He can or cannot?
It says he can't.
The chair's way
going to
cooler.
come around.
Hold on. I don't know if he's going to be able to hear. Do I have to hit any buttons or anything?
See shadows.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Exciting.
He's about to appear.
He was shirtless. He was shirtless.
He's putting his shirt on. Yes.
You got to remember, too, he's an hour behind, so it's 8 o'clock there. All right.
I can't wait for him to be able to hear us so we can tell him how bad we've been clowning you so bad you wouldn't believe it.
Will you open your shades?
Yeah, we can hear you. We've been on for like 5 minutes being like, man, this is going to be the first interview where the guy never shows up. And so we're going to actually
talk about him really good.
We're actually going to go viral because we're going to be the only guys that interviewed Brett Favre's hand-me-down chair. That's it. We had all these great questions for the guy. We were ready to promote his movie and everything, and all we got to do is talk to his chair.
Hey, can you open those blinds behind you?
That was a big classic.
We've been arguing about what we think is behind your blinds. Like, is there beautiful landscaping, or is there cows, or like what's behind your blind? A pool?
That's actually the front yard.
Were you cutting it? He's sweating.
Typical landscape stuff. It's a pain in the ass to keep up.
And Brett Favre is not the guy that hires a landscaping company. I'm just telling you that right now.
True. I'm very tight.
What? Well, not tight, but you're the kind of guy.
No, I am. I still have my per diem from college.
I'm going to mention a name, and he's a very, very good friend of mine. I go visit him a couple years. I met him in '96, and I've often told you that I'm really good friends with Deion Sanders. Like, we're really good friends.
Yeah.
And you can't be tighter than Deion. Deion's tight now. Woo!
I think I got him beat.
You played with him in 91.
My first year in Atlanta, Deion took me under his wing. We had played against each other in college.
Right.
I threw as many touchdowns to him as I did to our team.
Right. He did a couple pick six on you in college, didn't he?
But yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. One time you beat him like when they were really high rated. You beat them one time, I think, in college.
That was the year he had left. They still had a good team. They had Leroy Butler and Edgar Bennett.
Right, former Packers.
Their quarterbacks were.
So 91, you're in Atlanta. Deion comes up to you. What's your first interaction with Deion?
My first interaction with Deion was training camp, and he comes up to me after morning practice. I'd gone through the morning practice, and we had mini camps, if you remember when they actually called them mini camps. And I don't think Deion was at every one of them because he may have been off doing baseball or whatever. But so he comes up to me after the morning practice, and he says, let me back up. One of the mini camps, he named me Country Time.
Country Time.
He said, I'm prime time. That's showtime, pointing at Andre Rison. And he said, and you Country Time. and that has stuck to this day. In fact, Deion called me Sunday morning, early. And, I see it's Deion. Say, Deion, what's up? And he says, Country Time. He always was like singing Country Time.
Hold on.
What you doing, Country? He said, I just wanted to call and tell you, I was in a quarterback meeting yesterday with Shador, his son, and 4 or 5 other quarterbacks and a quarterback coach. And he said, we got to telling country stories, and we were laughing. And I just had to tell you that we were talking about you, and it was all good. He has always been overly, I wouldn't say overly nice. Deion, the misconception of Deion over the years is, he's a little flashy. No one can market themselves like Deion. Now, I think he's a genius.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And he can back it up, which is very, very important. But he knew how to pull the strings, and he knew what strings to pull and when to pull. But he comes to me like first practice in training camp. We're in Sewanee, Georgia. It's hotter than hell. This is back when two-a-days were real.
Right.
You practice in full pads. You hit both practices, and we ran sprints after the afternoon practice.
All while being hungover from the night before.
You talk about got to be a stud.
Well, I know, but I mean, you were partying it back in Atlanta because Glanville hated you, so you didn't.
I'm actually being a little sarcastic, poking fun at myself.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you know how tough it is to do that?
Yeah, I
know. It's tough. But Deion says to me after, I think it was the morning practice, he said, Country, I'll give you $5 for every pass you complete on me. He was dead serious. I mean, Deion, what people don't know about Deion, except the people that played with him and some that played against him, is he worked his ass off in practice. Now, he wasn't a tackler. He'd be the first to tell you. They don't pay me to tackle.
I know.
They pay me to cover. And the times that I challenged him, like in college or in the pros, I paid for it. And
now, was there time like what was he so good, Brett, that he could shut down? Like, here you are, one of the highest level quarterbacks that played during his era. Like, as a quarterback, did you have to know where the 21 was? You had to know where he was.
That was one of the first things we did when we played. Of course, Deion played with a lot of teams like I did. So and I played against him pretty much, I think, every team he played with. the Niners, the Falcons, even the Ravens. Most people don't remember the Ravens.
DC.
San Francisco. I played against him in all those years with all those teams. And every time, and I had different head coaches. The first 3 or 4 times I faced him was Mike Holmgren. But Mike was the first to say it. He's like, we're not going after 21. I mean, there's some coaches that historically are one, I don't give a dang who he is. We're going after him.
I got Brett Favre. I don't care who the hell's on the corner. I got Brett Favre.
Reggie White ain't going to beat us.
Right.
I don't care what they said. Reggie White ain't going to beat us.
Oh.
You're going to block him. You're going to block him by yourself. And then who ends up beating you?
Reggie
White or Deion Sanders. So Deion had that mystique about him, and it was legit. So one of the things he did so well was I think at a combine he ran a 4.19, something like that.
Oh my God!
That's speed that you and I maybe can get in a car.
One of those
What he would
tractors
do is he would bait you. So like you'd look over there and your guy's got 5 yards on Deion.
Right.
And you pull the trigger. He's wide open.
Yeah.
And then when the ball, is on its way down, he just a different gear. And I would ask him about it, even after we played. I'm like, were you seriously baiting? He's like, Coach, I ain't no fool. Yeah, I was baiting.
Yeah, I was baiting. Yeah.
So, and going back to I'll pay you $5 for every completion you get on me. At the end of the year, I owed him money.
Because he picked you up.
And trust me, I was trying to drill it in. I said, man, I can make some money here. I owed him money when it was all said and done.
I'm always working for some beer money now here in Atlanta, right?
Well, that's what I was working for, but I ended up losing. He was a that was actually the year, and I know you remember this. This was a wonderful year of sports. I mean, we're going way back, but the latter part of the season, and we had a good year that year. Nothing that I did. I sat on the bench and watched us go to the playoffs, but like early October, maybe even late September, Deion would finish football practice. This is back when it was in Sewanee. I think they'd moved up a little further, but Sewanee was about, with traffic, an hour down to downtown.
Right.
A helicopter would come, land on the practice field. By the time I got home after showering and meetings, I'm watching him steal second base in the World Series.
I mean, is that not unbelievable?
This ain't real.
No,
man. Are you kidding me? It was amazing.
He is so cool. I met him in '96, and just to back up what you said, when he talks to me, he always says, "Ain't no sponge like the one I got." That's what that's what he always says to me when I call. I go, "Ain't no sponge like the one I got." So like if you're his boy, he puts a song to your name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, he's good at that.
So Brett, I was going to ask you a question. Like all through your career, and you've always the gunslinger. I'm sure you heard it. Mad Noise put it on you. You were the gunslinger. Country Time. You're the average. You're the working man's quarterback. You're just you. I think you to this day have the longest ongoing streak of games. I think what is it, 232 or something?
With playoffs, and why they say with playoffs? I thought that always was like the most important game.
Yeah, but they kind of just tic-tac them in there with playoffs.
321.
God. And I remember being a huge Packer fan. There was a couple times during your career where you actually got tweaked, but you just miraculously had like a bye week, and you would be able to be at the next game. I think that happened in your career like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, there was numerous times that, quite frankly, as I look back, I should have sat. One would be anybody with any sense would say, if you break your thumb on your throwing hand, whether you're a pitcher, quarterback, I guess another way to put it is if you broke your toe or your foot and you're a sprinter.
Right.
Yeah.
The consensus would be he's not going to play. He's not going to compete. He can't run the 100 meters. He can run it, but he's going to finish last.
And as a quarterback, isn't the thumb as the actual position
maybe the most important finger of the
by far
of the hand.
by far?
And so I broke it against the Rams in St. Louis. The following week we were playing at Minnesota on Monday Night Football. We lost to the Rams. I broke the. I don't know if this part right here broke off the back. So and I played the second half with it. Now, did I know it was broke? No. Does that matter? I think it matters when you know. Like, I just thought it was sprained. So when I found out it was broken, you think differently.
Right.
It hurts worse than it. Don't get me wrong, it hurt, but I chose to try to play the following week. Why, I have no idea as I think back, and I've told this story so many times.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get paid either way. I mean, it ain't like you get paid per game.
Was not playing just not in your head?
I think back in your dad was so damn tough, Brett, that was partly from your father.
I mean, it was kind of ingrained in me.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you said that your dad, like, very rarely you guys would be coming home in the truck? Very rarely would you'd have a hell of a game, lights out, and big boss man never really said anything.
I remember his compassionate compliments were, damn you, that wasn't bad, but you got to do a lot better than that. I was like, gee, thanks, Dad.
But I think you told a story one time, and it's the most precious story of all about your father. And it's like, my dad, we drove home every night. It was never good enough. I could have done better. But one time I was listening. We had a big game coming up against one of our rival, and the assistant coach, your dad was your coach, and your assistant coaches were in your dad's office, and you were you was kind of hanging out, and you weren't in the office, but you could hear, and they were all like, man, this team, we got to do this, we got to do that, and your dad said, don't you worry, Brett's got it. My son will get it done. Yeah. And that was like, you said, like, that just was like the most unbelievable thing, because you never would hear that from him, but behind your back, he knew his son was a stud.
Yeah. I told that story at the Hall of Fame, and I mean that's it verbatim.
Yeah.
I mean that was the closest I got to a compliment. I was 5 yards from him, but I was on the outside of the room. He obviously didn't know I was listening, but I was like, I mean, I don't know what my face looked like or the emotion, but I couldn't believe it. In saying that, I never doubted that my dad was proud of me.
Right.
It wasn't that. And I have no idea if this is true or not, but this is what my gut has always told me over the years. The reason he didn't give me compliments, now you and I were about the same age. This is going back to that generation. I felt like he didn't give compliments because he was afraid that it would go to my head.
Right.
And I get that. I think there's a happy medium today, whether you be a parent or a coach, that you pat the kid on the back when they do something well and commend them. But you also, I mean, you don't have to put them in a headlock or whatever. But you have to tell them when they did wrong. And I mean, and especially in parenting, you can't always be like parents are at 11, 12-year-old travel games, like, run! Screaming, yelling at the kid. And by the time the kid gets home plate, he's like, I don't want to play anymore.
Right.
There's a happy medium somewhere in there. But during that era, my dad was like, and I would say this all the time to people, he was short on attaboys and long on get your ass out there and do it the right way.
I guarantee you, Brett Favre got some ass whippings from Irv. I promise you that.
Hundreds. Some I deserved.
You might
Maybe
be able
the
to.
other half I didn't deserve.
You might be able to market this new movie by saying the only thing that I got more concussions were ass whippings.
I'm telling you.
Do you think
and
with
most
the new,
of them
do you think with the
were
new
something I did to my two brothers and my sister?
Yeah.
No. Let me ask you a question, Brett. Do you like today's era, the era that we played? Remember when the coaches would call you over to the sideline and they would take your face mask and they would just yoke it, and the next thing you know, you're like this, and you could never do that in today's world.
Oh, you'd be under prison.
Yeah, you would be in prison. You would be.
Yeah, I remember those. Like, what are you thinking? Or smack him on the helmet real hard.
Right. Or just remember when I think Lou Holtz might be the last. Remember Lou Holtz used to grab some of his boys by you see a Notre Dame Golden Domer and his head be all tweaked out. It'd be like a 6'5" lineman or something like that.
And thinking about that, if you really think about it, you never really saw the players react in a negative way.
No.
It always resulted in a positive result. Now, by no means am I promoting violence but I think there's a huge lack of discipline. Now, how that discipline is laid out, if we could get back to that, would remain to be seen. But I think some of that needs to be brought back. Bobby Knight, I think a certain level of that needs to be brought back.
Oh, Bobby Knight was people
those clips of him are beautiful.
People either loved Bobby Knight or they thought he was the biggest dick ever, and I loved Bobby Knight. Like, I loved him.
Everyone respected him.
Same with Mike Leach, kind of.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So Brett, as well as you do, you do podcasts and you do all kinds of stuff. You're very media friendly. And Brady just got the $35 million, deal for Fox. Why? It's not a wonder some network hasn't approached you. And I mean, because you're like I started to say earlier, you're kind of like the way John Madden used to portray you as the gunslinger, the good old boy, the guy next door. And I think there's a huge, large contingency of people who watch football that would love. I mean, they got Tony Romo, they got all of them are former quarterbacks, and you're in that elite. I mean, in some cases, more elite league. Have they ever approached you?
We've talked in the past, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that this legal situation I'm going through in the state where I'm fighting the state in a civil case certainly doesn't help. And there's a gag order, so I can't say too much.
Yeah, and I never talk to you about that because it doesn't mean it's not what I'm interested in, and it's not.
And I wouldn't come on your show if I thought you were.
I'm sure you get guys that try to get you some gotcha moment or something like that. I'm all about talking about the Packers, and I want to talk about that. I want to talk about in Super Bowl 31. Okay, it's you guys got the ball on the I think 46. And you got double tight end protection. It's your first touchdown that you throw to Andre Rison for 54 yards. And was that the play called, or did you check down when you saw the safety edge up on the linebacker?
That's one of my greatest stories in my 20 some odd years.
I thought I'd be special by knowing that play, and it's one of your greatest stories of all time. I feel stupid.
I'm very impressed at the specifics that you can recall.
Oh, and I have and when you get done telling me the story, I got a specific that you may not even know about that'll blow your mind about that.
Well, I was going to say you know more specifics about the story than I do. but before I get to that story, getting back to the other, this hopefully will be resolved soon. God,
the legal deal, yeah.
Yeah, and the truth can finally be revealed. I probably have said too much. This gag order.
No, you didn't say anything. We're not talking about nothing here.
But just know that
I can't wait for that day to happen because, Brett, I'm involved in a controversy, the Hogan sex tape. If you know, and if you Google me, there's this Hogan sex tape. Well, my side of this story is coming out in a documentary in about 60 days. And it talks about the people that stole it and brokered it and how I lost my job over it. And the guy that got my job is the one that brokered it. I mean, there's a whole big... there's Washington, D.C., Donald Trump implications situations, like it's just mind blowing. And so I feel much like your situation where maybe some of the troop. A lot of people think I'm a bad guy. I did my best friend dirty, and that's not how it all went down. So that's my kind of Brett Favre moment, and that you can't wait for this to be resolved and people see what the media has not reported, because it's convenient isn't it amazing? It's convenient how what they report, because they know they can get clicks on you. They automatically put the most damning headline that's probably not even true, but they put your name in there, and now every time
seems like every day.
It should be like you should send them a bill because they got $300,000 on your clicks. Like it's so wrong,
and it wears on you. You can see it wears on you financially, emotionally.
You're absolutely 100% right. There, in my case, this has been going on for about 3 years, 4 years. Now, in saying that, of those 3 or 4 years, there's not a whole lot that has happened. So it's like, can we get them to do something? Like, let's go to court. Let's resolve it.
Right.
And they're like,
you know why? Because they know that time does not.
The longer this hangs out there, the more clickbaits.
Yep, and they also are like, listen, you know what? We don't work on time. But Brett Favre and your marketability and your ability to do other things outside of your time is ticking. And so as you get older and things like that, time is not on your side. So when you got stuff like stupid stuff hanging over your head that you want to resolve, so that you can go out and do some endorsements and maybe God, Brett, you'd be a great color guy on. There's so many different places that are showing NFL games now. They've done so well at making everybody pay that there's.
It would take some I say oddball. That's probably a poor choice of words, but the mainstream media, I find it hard to believe that they would ever hire me, because I don't.
I think when your thing's over. I think when your thing's over, I think you underestimate that. There's 6 or 7 different networks that are showing games now. The NFL's been so great about stretching it as thin as they can and making everybody pay. But I think that your insight and your delivery and your brand and what the average American perceives you, not what some stupid Mississippi court but how the average 55-year-old dude that grew up and watched you play, the guy, their customer, the NFL customers really would appreciate you being a color commentator.
I think I would. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say I think I would be good at it without trying it yet. But I think I would be entertaining, much like John Madden. And make no mistake, I am not comparing myself to John Madden, because as good a coach as he was even better in the booth.
The greatest.
And he was authentic.
Yep.
You never knew what was going to come out. He didn't know. It was never scripted. And to me, that's what I would be. I would. I was just story in there right in the middle.
I was getting ready to shut you down by saying you just described yourself. A guy that played the game, the guy that knows the game, a guy that can probably has some goofy ass story in between. Last time we were in Seattle, this and this and that and this and that. And I played with that guy, and you got a folksy type delivery and story. People would eat it up. And Brett, there's value in that. That's a $15-20 million a year job. You could buy more tractors.
I would love to give it a shot. Will it ever happen? Yeah, who knows?
I hope it does, man. I hope it does, because you'd be so good at it, Brett. You really would.
Man, I hate seeing the legal system beat him down.
Tell you that.
Oh, you'd be fun as hell. Roll into town a little. It'd be kind of. You'd probably get a little bored there mowing your 5,000 acres. Every couple weeks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I as hot as it is right now.
Yeah.
I look out the window, and the closest thing I come to mowing grass is about looking out the window.
Right. Now, what kind of fleet?
The older I get, the harder it becomes. It'd be nice to be in a booth.
What kind of fleet does Brett Favre have?
I have people ask me, not so much anymore, but how many cars you have?
I'm the only guy. I'm the only guy to ask about how much lawn equipment you got.
I don't care. Truck.
Okay, one truck.
I have 9 lawnmowers.
What kind do you? I'm a spokesperson for Skag. Have you ever heard of Skag?
Yeah,
They're
I don't
good.
have a Skag.
Oh, they're
That's
good.
not to say I wouldn't love one.
Oh.
Bubba got
I
Dion.
got-
right?
Hold on. I just got Dion a brand new Skag. Did you know that?
What am I, chopped liver?
No. So hold on. So now Randy is the CEO, and guess what? Based out of Maryville, Wisconsin. And it's Skag is, you know how good. I don't care what kind of mower you got. Skag is the most industrial, commercial, badass mower. What if I got you endorsement? You want one?
That'd be awesome.
There you go.
There you go.
All you have to do, all Randy wants, you got to tweet and Instagram a few times.
Take a picture on the mower.
Yeah,
show me driving it.
Once every couple weeks, shoot a picture of you on the Skag and zip it up there on Brett Favre. Whatever the hell you do.
Hey, it's got to be heavy duty because.
Hold on, let me tell you the one I got. You're gonna absolutely just. There's probably not a lot of things that Brett Favre would envy Bubba the Love Sponge over, but when I tell you how sexy my Skag is, you're gonna flip out. First of all, it's 72-inch.
It's got to be that
3-cylinder cooler diesel. Yeah, nice. I got that big power torque, like 3,000 RPMs on the diesel deal. Woo! Diesel's a next level than gas. You know that, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brett Favre would look good on a Turf Tiger 2, 72-inch diesel. You'd look good as hell on that, and you wouldn't forget who got it for you. Now, I could probably get an interview at least 3 times a year out of you for it.
You better get to work when we get off this interview.
I'm gonna send this air check to Randy, Maryville, Wisconsin. I mean, it writes itself. You got arguably one of the greatest athletes to come out of Wisconsin. This company's based out of Wisconsin, and Brett Favre needs a Skag.
And Randy's
Boom.
a Packer fan too, right?
Oh, by the way, and Randy, the CEO, has season tickets for the Packers.
Of course.
I mean, come on, Brett Favre.
This is a match made in heaven.
I mean, I'm going to get you. Yeah, Dion just sent a picture of him on a Skag. And
see, I got 9 lawnmowers. And people say, do you need them all? And I'm like, not at once. But when one goes down, jump on another one.
See, that's the thing about your Skag. That your Skag will never go down. Like, you don't even got to worry about. I mean, Brett Favre doesn't need.
Offload some of my mowers.
Yeah, I mean, you can put them up on Marketplace. Can you imagine, Lummy? You're a guy in Mississippi, and you're going on Facebook Marketplace, and you show up to Brett Favre's house because he's selling his 62-inch Toro.
I love it.
Hey, Bubba, don't forget, he's got to finish that story that you asked him.
Yeah, hold on. So don't forget.
Fits into his doc,
There's
too.
no other radio guy that's ever asked you about the 54-yard pass to Rison. Was it a check down? Once you saw the safety cheat up, he made a step up. Did you check down and knew the 84 it was just going to be because you had double tight end block set?
Yeah. I'll try to do the long version quickly. So that. I can't remember if we had 2 weeks to prepare like you do now.
Yeah, I think you did.
Or 1 week. Not that really matters. But as soon as we won the championship game against Carolina, we went right to studying for the Patriots. And I didn't, I wasn't that, I think I was 26, so I wasn't that, seasoned. But so I didn't know a lot about Bill Belichick, but he was the defensive coordinator.
Right.
For them. So we did a lot of film work together, either the quarterbacks, the offense as a group, or alone. So like at the end of the day, after we watched practice film, after we went through our offensive play install, I would watch film alone or with Andy. Andy Reid was my quarterback coach then. And we never, not one time, and to this day, Bill Belichick has stayed true to his defensive philosophy. Leading up to that game, they showed what we call casino or all-out blitz, where there's no safety. They're bringing the house. It's a hold on to your left one moment.
Right.
They didn't show that. So we didn't practice. Now, keep in mind, Andre Rison, we picked up in the playoffs.
Right.
So he had a limited pool of plays in which to run for obvious reasons. I mean, our playbook was ginormous, and I was still trying to figure it out then. So in 3 weeks, he's not going to figure everything
I mean,
out.
you didn't even know what a nickel defense was. So, I mean, please, Holmgren's playbook looked like Chinese to you.
Exactly. But we're doing our prep work, and I'm watching all his film, and they are very vanilla. They're one of the few. He's one of the few coaches or teams that you don't get wound tight studying. That doesn't mean you can beat them easy, but there's not a lot of check with me's. They're trying to confuse you. Guys walking around. His philosophy was, we know what to do, and we'll do it the best we possibly can. If they beat us, they beat us. So in studying for them, that was kind of the gist of it. You know, it's like, okay, we got to throw the ball better on time, but we don't have to make checks. We don't have to do all this stuff. It's not that. So we did all this studying. So we go into the game. I think it was the first or second play.
Second, it was second and 9.
So second play of the game. So we're in what I would say an oddball formation. It was a personnel group that wasn't our most popular, but we played with 2 tight ends, Keith Jackson, Mark Chimera. We played with them pretty frequent, but our base and most favorite personnel group would be 2 backs, a tight end, 2 receivers. Kind of the Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Raffman, Roger Craig, Brent Jones. So we're in a personnel group that was not that odd, but the fact that we were in slot formation, like solo right, so that was 2 tight ends.
Yep.
One on the right, one on the left.
And 2 wide receivers to the left.
So we call, I'll never forget, we call solo right slot. So when we call formations, the slot always went away from the strength.
Right.
So right formation, slots to the left. Well, both guys are off the ball because we got 2 tight ends on the line. Well,
and by the way, Chewy made one hell of a block on that play because that guy was coming, and Chewy made one hell of a block. Then when Bennett went up the gut, he stuffed a guy too, like where he wasn't even an option for you.
Right. So the play was actually called solo right slot, A right. So A would come out of the backfield. So that was Edgar Bennett. Edgar's going to come in motion, and I'm going to snap him right off the tight end's axe. He's going to go to the flat. The tight end, we call it Y stick. So the Y's going to go up 5 to 6, somewhere in that, and just stick out. If it's man coverage, he's going to break out to the boundary. And that play was okay versus blitz. In fact, it's pretty good because you got a quick throw to Edgar in the flat. But I walk up to the line and I'm looking, and I'm like, and I'm literally thinking this as I'm walking up the line. I'm looking, I'm like, this looks like casino blitz. And 40-second clock, I'm staring right at it. It's 35, 34. And I'm like, if I didn't know any better, I think this is all out blitz. And I'm like, nah, we've never seen it.
Right.
So, my nads are starting to get up close to my neck.
Right, because you know that, man, you can't, if you check down and
I'm running out of time.
Right.
I got to make a decision.
You got Mike Holmgren who will kill you if you mess it up.
The whole world is watching.
Right.
If I make the wrong decision, Holmgren's he's gonna kill me.
Yeah. By the way, you still got braces on too. Still
loose and fancy free.
Still have my braces on so I can smile good for that TD picture.
so finally, after contemplating for 5 or 10 seconds, what seemed like an eternity, I just got to make the check. I got to do it. Now, from that point to the day I became starter at Green Bay, I probably I had 50 audibles in 4 or 5 years.
That's it.
48 of them were the wrong audible. 2 of them were the right audible, but I threw it to the wrong person.
Right.
So that's my success. So I go, I got to check to an all-out blitz play. Well, we had not practiced an all-out blitz play
at all.
Maybe early in the year, and we only practiced it out of two backs, our regular personnel, 2 backs, a tight end, 2 receivers, and the receivers, the typical West Coast offense. So the Z receiver, the Jerry Rice, will be off the ball to the tight end side. The X receiver is on the ball to opposite the tight end and the flanker. So I checked to 78 razor.
How would you say that? Would you go 78 razor, 78 razor?
Check. I kind of backed up and I said, black 78 razor, black 78 razor.
Okay.
So the way we had always kind of learned razor tells you the route combination. There's only 2 guys on the route.
Yeah, the 2 wide receivers, that's it.
The flanker and the X.
Yeah.
So the way I'd always learned it and the way Mike had always kind of taught it was the flanker is the off the ball guy. He's running the post. The X receiver is the guy on the ball. He's running the post corner. So it looks like they're both running the post.
Right.
Then the X goes back to the corner. And so you look there and then come to the post. So when I say 78 razor, I look out and I go, Andre has no clue.
Yeah,
he's never heard of razor.
Yeah, he says Andre has no idea what we're playing. None. Zero. And you don't have Edgar as a safety valve because he gets mixed up in with a linebacker on a full-out blitz, so you don't even have him as a checkoff.
When I look out and I see Andre's inside, Antonio Freeman, great football player, very instinctive, had a great football knowledge. He's the outside receiver. He's the X. Andre is the Z, the flanker. Well, I'm like, Andre doesn't know. He's never heard it before. But then I think to myself, well, both receivers are off the ball. So what do we do now? You know, we'd always been taught like the one on the ball.
And you got to think all this is running through your little peanut head in about 15 seconds, knowing that you're 48 for 50 and not doing checkdowns very good. You got Holmgren, it's 2nd and 9. You got braces on, and the whole world's looking at you. And, you know, you're just some guy from Kill, Mississippi.
Yeah. So I make a check. I honestly did not feel confident that Andre would run the post. I thought maybe that, and Antonio, after the fact, we've talked about it over the years, and you can actually watch the play and see Andre's looking out at Antonio, and Antonio's telling him something.
Okay.
So Antonio's telling him, you got to post. So when I throw the ball, Andre runs a perfect pass.
It was a perfect pass. It was a perfect pass.
You see Antonio on the outside, he's watching. You can kind of tell he's peeking at Andre because later Antonio told me, he said, if he ran the wrong route, I was running the post.
Right.
You know, I was going to steal his thunder.
So does that go down as as much as you've messed up on checks, does that go down as your greatest check of all time?
It couldn't go any better.
I mean like on the back of your
everything that could go wrong went right.
On the back of your Skag, should he put like a personal lace in place at 78 razor? That could be the 78 razor.
It would definitely be
the 78 razor.
It was one of those things where and I tell people this, when I threw it, he caught it, he goes in the end zone, I take my helmet off, I'm running around like I'm 12 years old. And what people didn't realize, they're like, look how excited Favre is. Yeah, I was excited.
With braces.
I was running around saying, can you believe this worked?
And I
can't believe it.
And I got a trivia question for you. Who was the very first person to high-five you after you ripped off the helmet? All of the world's looking at you with your braces. You're looking, 26, 27 years old. Who was the first person to high-five you? I know the answer.
I vaguely remember seeing that. It's either Doug Peterson, Jim McMahon,
and then Peterson. So the 9, then the 18 are the first two. But it was cool to see old school McMahon kind of go out there and give the gunslinger a high five. You know what I'm saying? Was McMahon? Was he cool?
Jim had the highest football IQ I'd ever been around. So he's probably thinking when I'm checking, I can't believe the old country boy's got a good check. And he's got to be thinking also, this shit ain't gonna work.
Right. Now, hold on. Last question. Does Holmgren hear the 78 Razor too?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's like all walrused up and mad as hell because he knows
one of his favorite sayings was, "All right, man, hold on to your left one." So I could, as I look back, as I watched, and as I thought about it, I said, there was never a time in Holmgren's career where he wasn't thinking and holding on to his left one more than that moment.
Right. Oh yeah. Hey, listen, I know you got a medical appointment that you got to get to, and we got to cut it short, but we're gonna continue to promote. You're the executive producer of the new. This gets released behind a paywall on, I think it's the 27th. On the 27th.
Sounds right.
Yeah, an Apple TV.
An Apple TV. Right. It's called Concussed: The American Dream. Executive producer Brett Favre, but it's about this Iowa Hawkeye guy mostly, and Brett kind of goes through the guy lost his life. It's a very
sash.
It's very, very, very compelling story, and Brett has a lot to do with it. And Brett, I know you got to get going, but just watch me score you a skag. Just watch. I'm gonna get you one, bud. And then you're gonna say, Bubba the Love. Then I'm gonna have you almost as good of friends as I do Dion.
Well, I'm gonna go back like I was as a kid, where you can't wait for Santa to show up. And how much longer till Christmas? How much longer?
I'm gonna get. Can I get your number for Lummy so I can get you in touch with Randy?
Yeah,
all right,
I'll send it.
Perfect. You will be like a little kid,
but
like,
you're
Bubba.
gonna get tired of. You're gonna be like, I'm gonna have to block him.
I'm gonna be like, man, I'm gonna have to treat him like Don Mikowski. I got to block Don. No, but you know what? Now I'll have two famous Packer cell phone numbers. I have yours and I have Tony Mandrich. I mean, that's pretty damn good. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, Tony, man. We had Sterling Sharp on. I'm sorry. We had Sterling Sharp on for our first podcast. Me and Tony was gonna, and boy, Sterling was. He is stiff. You're really.
He's one of the smartest guys I've ever been around.
You're one of the easiest interviews. Oh,
He's tough.
He's tough. You know what he opened up with, Brett? I'm like, hey, Sterling, Bubba, Tony, we just want to talk about some old Packer stuff. He goes, if it's not about golf, I don't want to talk about it. I don't have any interest in talking about anything to deal with football at all. And I'm like, oh my God, where do you go from there?
He's kind of tough, but I've said this a lot of times. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
But I mean, that is him and Mike Holmgren.
Mike Holmgren, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Now, I don't doubt either one of them deserve it. Sterling, had he not ended his career with a neck, which is he couldn't control that, no telling what he would have done.
And I can even say this, man. Sterling at times pulled you out. I mean, made Brett Favre look pretty damn good. I mean,
well, I was getting ready to tell you. I can't tell you how many times I threw it in double, triple, and quadruple coverage. and the end result would be they fall down, Sterling catches it, and he keeps running. And I was like, I kind of like this.
Yeah, you got a little cocky about the deal. So when you get a lower skill set guy that can't do it, then it's horrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen. I know you got to get going. Let's do something. If you got any time before the release, maybe we could do one. Because we have so much fun. And I just got you a $31,000 mower, bitch. I mean, Jesus, come on. I mean, how many radio guys?
I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, you okay. All right.
I have to see it to believe it.
Okay. I'm gonna get you a number.
There's probably a dealer somewhere here in Hattiesburg or close.
That's what Randy will do. Randy will call the dealer up and said, "Hey, Jimbo's, Mississippi lawnmower deal, home of the Skag. Listen, we need a 72-inch diesel, full-blown, the best we got, Skag sent over to. You guys know a guy named. He lives in your town. His name's Brett Favre. He rolls around like he's all that with his '86 pickup, and he needs a new mower. So he's waiting for you. So tell what's going to happen.
I'll send you my number right after this.
All right, buddy. Hey, let's promote the thing again if we can. I got some other good questions. Like one of my good questions was going to be, why in the hell did they screw you so bad in the 09 MVP deal? Like you had the same statistics as Peyton Manning, the same statistics, except he threw for 250 more yards. You had 107 quarterback rating. He had a 99. You were 68%. He was 68. He was 33.
I was with the third team in 3 years.
Yeah, you'd already been through the Jets disaster. Green Bay treated you like crap. He threw 33 touchdowns and 16 picks. You went 33-7. He went 14-2. You went 12-4, and you finished in 4th place. Come on, man.
I think there was some haters out there. He's won 3. He's won 3. The hell with him.
That's what they did. That old country son of a bitch won 3. Let's give it to the.
Yeah.
Let's give it to
he
the.
don't deserve another one.
Yeah, let's give it to the Mannings. Come on, we know how they are. Archie never did anything. Hey, talk to you soon, buddy, and I'll get your number, and I'll get. You know what? I bet you I have that skag to you by the end of August, buddy.
All right.
You take, you got, and I don't want anything, bud. You can, and you know what? If you want to check my recommendations, just next time you talk to Dion, just say, Dion, I think I'm going to ask about you, one of your friends, Bubba, and he'll just be like, ain't no sponge like the one I got, you know. Hey, Brett, good luck at the doctors today, and let's arrange something next week or so, okay, bud?
Yeah, always good talking with you.
Thank you, buddy. Bye bye. Man, I love me some Brett Favre, man. Yeah. He is the man. He is the man. I didn't know that play. I watched it. I was preparing. You know, when I got a guest that I really, really like, I really do my prep. I really do.
Oh, I knew that there's nothing that
and when you do your prep, it'd be like you, Seth, interviewing a bear. Like if you interviewed Jim McMahon or just one of the great Bears, aren't you so much more into it when it's your favorite team?
I mean, I would have been into it. If I interviewed Brett Favre on my own, I would have been into it. Like just anybody that's kind of a larger than life figure coming from maybe your childhood era.
Well, my Brett Favre is your Steven Stamkos. Meaning when you interviewed him, just how prepared and you just tried, I
wanted to be friends with him. Right. I wanted him to like me.
Well, Bubba is friends with Brett Favre.
I just got his cell number.
You didn't have a skag.
He just told you you're going to block him for how many times he texts you.
Man, I love being a skag endorser, and I love what you don't realize is Randy, the CEO, has made me a skag ambassador.
But does he know that you're giving them away?
Yes, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, Dion's one in like a week.
That's what I'm supposed to do is find, through my network, if I know somebody that could help the skag brand, I get a hold of Randy. He says yes or no. But I mean,
he's going to love
how's
this
he
one.
Gonna turn down
I guarantee you.
I mean, yeah.
Randy loves this. Guaranteed.
Exactly. Let me have Cantrell cut that up for me, okay?
Of course.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
To go longer. I'll text you his number. He told me yesterday he was apologizing that he could only go 40 minutes. He was like, I want to go longer, but he was like, yeah, doc. And then you had to remind him he had a doctor's appointment because if you watch,
I know.
He certainly likes you a lot, man.
I know.
That dialogue is great. I mean, he's unreal. You know what I hate seeing is how much litigation hurts him. You can see it in his face. It beats you down. It's emotionally and financially.
Here's a guy.
See, there's parallel I saw.
Yeah, and it's just like, poor guy has, and because, he's a big time star in Mississippi, so they write all the Mississippi local newspapers and media just fucking bury him, and, and
he just wants it over. He just wants just get it over with.
Yeah, even if we go to court and I'm guilty, like, let's just get it over.
I want the truth to come out.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, Yeah.
That's why, you know what, I hate lawyers, is for that kind of shit. Look what they do to that poor guy.
When realistically, if they had a couple of JDI goes, let's get this shit taken care of and get it, so we can all move on. Let's get it going.
But we were in a situation where we couldn't move anything.
Instead, they got the state of Mississippi. That's who the plaintiff is.
In a civil action, the same.
In a civil action against Brett Favre for some type of
the charity event, right?
Campaign donation to the volleyball facility, which upgraded the volleyball facility for years to come. Happened to be it was when his daughters were there. I would do the same thing if my celebrity could bring extra charitable dollars to my son or.
Isn't that what every politician does?
Right.
So they get their schools named after them.
That was cool too, Bubba, that he kind of opened up about that one because he doesn't talk about that outside of.
You mean his litigation?
Yeah.
And I didn't bring it up.
No, that's one thing because I would check into him last year when everything was going on, and all the other people were burying him. We would check. I would check in on him. I don't remember. We were gonna have him on and tell a story, and we said, it'd be a up and up interview, and he appreciated that.
All right, get me that.
Yeah, I'll cut.
Because I got to send that to Randy from Skag.
Yeah. I'll get that part cut up.
And Seth, can you imagine? So, Dion's been pretty cool about the Skag. He's done 2 posts. He's done 2 posts. He's done what he's supposed to do. But Favre would go. He would go way overboard about. He's.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see how excited he was getting for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too good to be true.
You know what? Would be some great content is if I went up there and delivered it.
That would be awesome.
About YouTube content, right?
Oh, yeah.
And get Brett Favre and I show him how to use it. And
I mean, you could do that.
He'd let me do it. If I say, "Hey, Brett, we're going to interview it. We're going to tape it for my YouTube channel."
Yeah.
Us just delivering it.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
You gotta
he'd be great.
That's hilarious.
If I go, hey, Sponge.
He's got 9 lawnmowers because he's afraid 8 of them are going to break down.
That's hilarious.
Thank you, Kostika. I appreciate that, man.
That is the best.
You know what I was curious, I was trying to figure out is, I wonder if today's current CTE protocols would have kept him from playing any of those games.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? He never would have had that streak.
Well,
they would have helped. They would have kept him out of a few games for sure.
Long.
Because he got knocked. He got his bell rung so many times, and now it's I forget how many days it is after a concussion. I think they almost make him hold out a whole game. I don't know that they can recover a game.
Well, it depends on how bad it is. Yeah, 2 hours.
Yes, Bubba let the guests talk, guys. He let the guests talk. That's what happens when he's enthralled.
Why? Did someone say something?
No, everybody says that, Bubba doesn't let them talk.
Funny stories, too.
If Bubba didn't remind him about, I guarantee you, we would still be talking to Favre right now.
Oh, I know. Exactly.
That's why
What's up, Group
he loves talking about he loves talking about because most interviews are totally different.
Right.
And I mean, he kind of said it on the thing, but he was like,
well, and he knew that other thing wasn't even going to be a topic.
well,
Of course. We would never, and he would never cross that.
Shit, since I wanted to talk to you privately.
Jamie, I just wanted to know whether or not the current CTE protocols
afterwards.
have kept him out of
I got an idea. I want to swing by.
Okay.
And Lummy and I are just having that conversation.
Just remind me of my idea, okay?
Yeah.
That's what I got to say. We're going to say goodbye anyway.
But yeah, that's what I was trying to ask.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
First of all, Lummy, I don't hand out thank yous enough on this show, and attaboys and hard works, but great job on getting Brett Favre.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's your connect, and thank you for that.
Well, I remember back in the day when I was at Sirius, you said the ultimate interview you could never get with Brett Favre. So I worked really hard on that one. Yes.
And here's the deal, man. I think now, because I have this uncanny ability to befriend people. Like, I think when I do an interview, I kind of give the sense of I'm not a radio guy and I'm just kind of a regular dude, which, has gotten to me. You know, Lummy, I became personal friends with Tony Mandrich after having him on my show.
Yes.
I actually, became friends with Tucker after being on his show. And, I just kind of have that. A lot of people think I suck as a radio personality. You can go to various forums and they'll tell you I'm the worst ever, and I very well may be. I cough too much. Seth sucks. Dan talks too much. Jay's impossible. Lummy.
Boy 352 $20.
But
Lummy's over.
I got to tell you right now, man, because I know my skill set, and I know like it'd be like if a ball player, he knows if he had a good game or not. And I think that was one of my better interviews. I think I did a good job on the interview.
Oh, you nailed it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I was conscious about not interrupting him, and people all have to realize that it's tough to do a seamless Zoom interview because there's a little bit of a lag, about a second, and you have to kind of incorporate that into your questions. So there is some natural stepping on and awkwardness, but I think it was fairly minimal for this interview, and I think, Lummy, I really did establish a friend.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think Brett Favre and I will be friends.
Even without the Skag connection, he already likes you.
I think I agree
I mean,
with
he
that,
said
definitely.
it before you said the Skag thing. He's like, I come on here because, I have fun.
And I also think that just my questions to him are so different than the average sport questions that he may answer. I think he appreciates it. When I bring up the 91 Falcons, and I bring up
the detail that you bring up it almost blows his mind because I think you have a better recollection of some of the plays than he does, literally.
Wasn't it so cool, Seth, when he put a lot of people don't give Jim McMahon near the credit. He's they're like, he had so many weapons around him. I really, really like the fact when Brett Favre said, hey, man, Jim McMahon was football smart. Like, he was really, I like that.
Oh, yeah, he talked about, he said McMahon. Who else did he talk about? He gave us a little insight on how Deion Sanders was and how Deion Sanders kind of took him under his wing.
Yeah.
Talked about Sterling Sharp and how smart he is.
Yeah. So I think we could make that into a bunch of great little videos.
Oh, there was a bunch.
Plus, I think I got him a Skag.
How could Randy not want to get him a Skag being in Wisconsin? Brett Favre is loved in Wisconsin.
Hold on. Brett Favre would do a Skag. Listen, everybody in Wisconsin, Brett Favre might be, even to this day, probably the guy from the Milwaukee Bucks, the Greek guy. He probably might be the most over athlete, but Jordan Love probably. But Brett Favre arguably is in the Wisconsin, Athletic Hall of Fame, and he might and he might very well be number one
the
of
most
all
beloved
time. If you look at the greatest Wisconsin athletes of all time, you got to look at Bart Starr. You got to look at
Donald Driver.
You got to look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played for the Bucks at one time. Did you guys know that? As Lou Alcindor.
Robin Yount, Paul Molitor.
Yes, some of the Brewers. Yes, Robin Yount, Paul Molitor.
Is it wrong if I
Lombardi.
think? Is it wrong if I think Aaron Rodgers would be number one?
No, I don't think you. Yeah.
Yeah, but Favre is that good old boy. He walked into our Zoom meeting sweating because he was probably outside cutting the grass.
I wanted to know the question.
I like Favre more. I'm just saying.
Did you see him when I said what's behind the blinds? You could see him thinking about what is behind the blinds.
Well, he didn't want to show you his front yard.
Is
my truck license plate there? He was probably trying to think what the configuration of what was behind him. Otherwise, he might have opened it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Lummy, so much. Let's continue to promote his new movie. He's the executive producer on this new movie coming out.
Yeah, Concuss the American Dream.
And
you can pre-order it on Apple right now.
You know what, Lummy? Let's get a link. Give me a link for Seth to put up and for me to put up, and for us, and then you can show Brett that we're already putting it up on our links and promoting it. Okay.
Yeah, I put it up when we were interviewing him on our X. He liked it yesterday, and I believe he liked it today too.
Good.
So.
Get it on Seth. Get it on the Insta. Get it on the Tick.
Yes, sir.
And we will see you guys Monday.
No, tonight.
Tonight, Lummy.
Yes.
God, I feel good. I'm gonna go sit in my chair. Bubba 199, 8 to 10. Merch Crick has just been through hell, but she said she was going to wear something slutty tonight.
Oh, no.
And she asked me if it was okay, and I was like, you know what? You've been in poor thing literally goes to the hospital at 5 a.m. and doesn't come back till 8 o'clock at night, sitting by her mom who's in a medical coma, holding her hand, praying, just, hoping for a miracle that her mom, doesn't die. And so, I really, really, she's just going through a really tough time right now. It affects me as well, but I'm trying my hardest to keep my big boy hat on. And
Mike Thurman, $20.
Man, look at God damn, we did good with Brett Favre today.
Yep. I can't wait to get him back on just so you could ask him more questions. I was riveted.
I had some unbelievable questions. I mean, did I not blow him away with my 09 MVP? Not like, see, that was completely.
He was getting a little. I think he was getting a little upset about not winning it.
Peyton Manning. Oh, listen to this, Lemmy. Peyton Manning, not 2009 MVP. Here's his rec. Here's his stats. Here's his stat sheet. And this is for Rhett and Seth as well. His team record 14-2. Favre's 12-4. Manning throws 33 touchdowns and 16 picks. Favre throws 33 touchdowns and 7 picks. Manning throws for 4,500 yards. Favre throws for 4,200 yards. Manning's completion ratio 68%. Favre's 68%. Manning's quarterback rating 99.9. Favre 107.1.
Well, I mean,
didn't
they always make the Super Bowl? Weren't they that close?
Yeah, they were. The Vikings were one game. That's when the Saints beat them in the NFC Championship game.
And I didn't realize it was the third team in 3 years, which makes it even that much more impressive.
It's Bart, our boy.
He was kind of like a Tom Brady.
He's going to be our new. You know what? Favre's going to be our new Tucker Carlson. We'll have him on all the time. You watch during the season.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
I mean, hey, Seth, how cool would it be to have him on like for football?
No, it would be awesome. Just don't ask him about the Mark Chimera hot tub thing. I think things will keep going well if you hold on to that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask him about that.
Yeah, well, Bubba, you guys are going to be texting each other back and forth.
We'll probably be sending D pics by the end of the day.
What else is there?
Bubba 199 tonight. It's only on Twitch and it's only on Rumble. That's it. And we need a big night. See you later.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello.